Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit. What happened to my family last year in Millbrook still gives me nightmares, and I'm not someone who scares easily. We were so excited when we found that old Victorian home on Maple Street. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a grand old place, a baby doll Victorian built in the 1890s with all those gorgeous gingerbread trimmings, stained glass, and a wraparound porch. My husband Mark and I have 3 kids, Emma 10, Jake 8 and Lily 6, and they were thrilled about the big backyard. The whole property included the main house, a beautiful garden, and this old carriage house that we planned to use for storage. The landlord, Mr. Winters, seemed nice enough during the walkthrough. He mentioned a well in the carriage house, said it was capped, but to keep the kids away from it just to be safe. Made sense. Old properties have weird features, right? We signed the lease that day. Looking back, I should have asked more questions, but we were desperate to find a place after Mark's job transfer to Millbrook. The first few months were pretty normal. The house had quirks, creaky floors, drafty windows, that musty smell old houses get. The kitchen floor had a slight dip in the center that we joked about. Don't lose the eggs in the kitchen valley. Nothing seemed dangerous, just charming old house stuff. Emma was the first to mention the lady in the window. About 2 months after we moved in, she refused to go to the carriage house alone. I figured it was just a kid being spooked by a new place. Then Jake mentioned it too, a woman in an old-fashioned dress who watched them from the carriage house window. She doesn't have legs, Mom, Jake told me one morning. She just floats there. I brushed it off as an overactive imagination and the power of suggestion. Kids feed off each other's stories. Then I saw her. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. I was raking leaves while the kids played in the yard. Something made me look up at the carriage house, and there she was. A woman in what looked like a high-necked Victorian dress with her hair pinned up, just watching the kids. Her image was faint, like looking at a reflection in water, and she seemed to end at the waist, just gone below that. I dropped the rake and blinked hard, and when I looked again, she was gone. I didn't tell Mark right away. What was I supposed to say? Hey, honey, I hallucinated a half-woman ghost today? I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, stress from the move, anything rational. But she kept appearing, always when the kids were heading outside to play. She never looked threatening, just watchful, almost concerned. The kids started waving to her, which freaked me out more than the actual ghost. They'd become so casual about it. The lady doesn't want us playing by the back steps, Lily announced one day in November. What do you mean? I asked. She shakes her head when we go near the concrete part at the bottom of the patio stairs, Emma explained, so we don't play there anymore. I went out to check the area they were talking about. The concrete pad at the bottom of our back patio stairs had some hairline cracks, nothing major. Still, I told the kids to listen to the lady and stay away from it. Better safe than sorry, right? Then came the night everything changed. It was about 5 months after we moved in. We were all in the living room watching a movie when we heard this awful creaking noise from the kitchen, followed by what sounded like wood splintering. Mark paused the movie and we both went to investigate. The kitchen floor dip had become a kitchen floor crater. Right before our eyes, the center of the floor was sinking, the old wood groaning under pressure. Mark yelled for me to get the kids out, and I've never moved so fast in my life. I grabbed Lily, screamed for Emma and Jake to follow me, and we ran out the front door. We weren't outside more than 2 minutes when we heard this horrific crash. When Mark came running out, his face was white as paper. "The whole kitchen just collapsed," he gasped. "There's a fucking well under our house." We called emergency services, who arrived quickly and helped secure the area. Once it was safe enough, the fire chief let Mark and me see what had happened. I'll never forget what I saw. The entire kitchen floor had fallen into the basement, and in the center of the basement floor was this gaping circular stone well, wide open, dark, and terrifying. Just like something out of that horror movie, The Ring. The wood supports had completely rotted through from decades of moisture seeping up from the well. The worst part, it wasn't on any of the property plans. Mr. Winters claimed he had no idea it was there. The house inspector should have caught it, but apparently the well had been covered by a false floor in the basement that looked like it was part of the original structure. We stayed in a hotel that night. All 5 of us crammed into one room, too scared to separate. I couldn't sleep, just kept seeing that black hole beneath our kitchen, imagining what would have happened if one of the kids had been in there when it collapsed. The next morning, I called my friend Sarah, who'd grown up in Millbrook. She came to the hotel, took one look at my face, and hugged me. "You need to get out of that house," she said flatly. "We can't afford to break the lease and find a new place," I explained. "The landlord says he'll fix the kitchen, and we can stay if—" "It's not just the well," Sarah interrupted. "That house has a history." She wouldn't elaborate, but suggested we visit the Millbrook Historical Society. "Ask about the Blackwood family. They built your house." So, while Mark dealt with insurance and contractors, I took Sarah's advice. The Historical Society was housed in the town's original library, a beautiful old building with creaky floors and that distinctive old book smell. The woman at the desk, Mrs. Harmon, perked up when I mentioned our address. "The old Blackwood place," she nodded. "Not surprised you're here asking. Most tenants do eventually." She disappeared into the archives and returned with a box of newspaper clippings, photographs, and journals. The house was built in 1893 by Joseph Blackwood for his wife, Eleanor. They had 4 children, but only 2 survived to adulthood. As Mrs. Harmon spread photos across the table, I felt a chill run down my spine. In one faded sepia photograph, a woman stood on our front porch wearing a high-neck dress, her hair pinned up in the exact style of the lady we'd been seeing. "That's Eleanor Blackwood," Mrs. Harmon said, then pointed to 2 small children beside her. "And those are her youngest, Thomas and Mary." I picked up the photo with trembling hands. "What happened to them?" Mrs. Harmon's expression darkened. "Thomas drowned in 1897. He was playing near the well at the bottom of the garden steps. The covering was rotted, and he fell through." My stomach dropped. The concrete pad at the bottom of our patio stairs. The one the ghost kept warning our children away from. "And Mary?" I managed to ask. "Suffocated 2 years later in a grain storage bin across the street. There used to be a mill there." She shook her head. "Eleanor was never the same after losing her second child. They say she spent hours looking out the windows, watching the neighborhood children to make sure they stayed safe. She died in 1902 in the carriage house. Heart failure officially, but people said she died of grief." I thanked Mrs. Harmon and left with photocopies of several articles and photos. On the drive back to the hotel, I couldn't stop thinking about Eleanor Blackwood, watching neighborhood children for a century, trying to keep them safe from the dangers that took her own. When I told Mark what I'd learned, he was skeptical at first. He's always been the practical one, but then I showed him the photo of Eleanor, and his face changed. "That's her," he said quietly. "That's who I saw watching the kids from the carriage house window last week." We had a family meeting that night and told the kids what we'd learned. They weren't scared. They thought it was cool that Eleanor was trying to protect them. "She's a good ghost, Mom," Emma insisted. 2 days later, we had to go back to the house to meet with contractors. Mr. Winters was there too, overseeing the kitchen repair plans. The kids were with us since school was out for a teacher workday. We stayed mainly in the living room, well away from the kitchen disaster. While the adults were talking, Jake tugged at my sleeve. "Mom, Jason's about to step on the bad concrete," he whispered urgently. Jason was Mr. Winter's assistant, and sure enough, he was walking across the yard toward the patio stairs. Before I could react, he stepped onto the concrete pad at the bottom of the stairs. There was a heart-stopping moment when nothing happened. Then we heard a crack, loud as a gunshot. The concrete split right down the middle. Everyone froze. Jason leaped backward just as the broken concrete pieces tilted inward, revealing darkness below. Another well, completely uncovered and at least 20 feet deep. If Jason had been standing in the center rather than the edge, he would have fallen straight in. Mr. Winters turned ghost white. "I didn't know," he stammered. "The property disclosure only mentioned the carriage house well." The fire department came out again. This time they did a thorough inspection of the entire property using ground-penetrating radar. 3 wells total. The one under the kitchen, the one under the patio steps, and the one in the carriage house that we already knew about. All dating back to the 1890s, all dangerously unmarked on modern property plans. That night, back at the hotel, I couldn't sleep again. I kept thinking about Eleanor Blackwood, lost in grief, still trying to protect children from the dangers that took her own. I wondered if she had tried to warn previous tenants, or if our kids were just more receptive to seeing her. Mark and I made the decision that night. We broke the lease, ate the cost, and found a newer, smaller house across town. It stretched our budget to the breaking point, but no amount of money was worth risking our children's lives. On our last day at the Victorian, as the movers were loading the final boxes, I went to the carriage house alone. It felt colder inside than it should have on a mild spring day. "Thank you," I said aloud, feeling slightly crazy but needing to say it anyway. "Thank you for watching over my children." I swear the air changed, just for a moment, like someone had sighed in relief. When I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of movement in the old cloudy window glass. Eleanor Blackwood's reflection, faint but unmistakable, nodded once at me before fading away. We've been in our new house for about 7 months now. The kids sometimes ask about the lady and if she's okay. I tell them I think she can finally rest, knowing she helped keep them safe. I still drive by the old Victorian sometimes. It sits empty now. Mr. Winters hasn't been able to rent it again. The property is tied up in safety inspections and permit issues for the well repairs. Sometimes I swear I can see someone watching from the carriage house window, still keeping guard. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. Sometimes I can hardly believe it myself. But I know what we experienced, and I know that without Eleanor Blackwood's warnings, one of my children might have been standing in that kitchen when it collapsed, or playing on that concrete pad when it gave way. I've never believed in ghosts before, and I'm still processing what happened. But if they do exist, I hope they all have the protective instinct of a mother who knows exactly what there is to fear. Story 2. I've been putting off writing about this for months now, but I think I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer an explanation that makes sense. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened that morning back in April. For context, my wife and I moved to a farmhouse outside Oak Ridge, Wyoming about 3 years ago. It's remote, exactly what we wanted. Our nearest neighbor is over 2 miles away, and we've got about 40 acres of land. Old place built in the 1930s, but we've been slowly renovating it. Nothing fancy, but it's home. After some reports of equipment theft at farms in the county last year, we installed a security system with cameras. Nothing elaborate, just a video doorbell at the front, one covering the driveway, another at the back door, and 2 more covering the barn and east side of the property. Basic peace of mind stuff. I've never been particularly worried about security out here, but my wife sleeps better knowing we've got cameras. I'm usually up by 5:30 anyway to take care of the animals. But that morning in April, I woke up around 5:15. Couldn't get back to sleep, so I grabbed my phone to check my email. That's when I noticed the notification from our doorbell camera showing motion detection at 3:22 a.m. This happens occasionally. Usually it's just a deer or the wind blowing something across the porch. I tapped on it, expecting to see the usual false alarm. What I saw instead made me sit straight up in bed. The entire screen was obscured by what looked like thick, swirling vapor or mist, so dense I couldn't see anything of our porch. My first thought was fire, and I literally jumped out of bed and ran to the window. But outside, everything looked completely normal. Clear pre-dawn sky, no smoke, no mist, nothing. I went back to my phone and watched the clip again. The vapor or whatever it was seemed to pulse and change in density, sometimes lighter, where I could almost make out the porch light, sometimes so thick it was just a white blur. The recording lasted about 3 minutes before cutting off when the motion apparently stopped. But then I noticed there was another clip starting at 3:25 a.m., then another at 3:29, and another at 3:34. I watched them all, the same strange mist, continuing to obscure the camera for about 15 minutes total. In the last clip, it seemed to gradually thin out until I could see the porch again, completely normal. My heart was racing at this point. I woke my wife and showed her. She immediately thought it must be weather-related, maybe dense fog or some kind of freak storm, but I pointed out that it was only on the front doorbell camera. I quickly checked the other cameras from the same time period. The driveway camera, which points toward the road, away from the house, showed nothing unusual, just our empty driveway under a clear night sky. Same with the back door and barn cameras, completely normal footage. I went outside in my pajamas and inspected the front of the house. Nothing looked disturbed. No water damage, no scorch marks, no smell of smoke, no condensation, nothing. The camera itself appeared untouched. Back inside, I checked the weather reports for our area. Clear skies overnight, no precipitation, no fog advisories, nothing unusual. Temperature had been around 43 degrees, cold, but not freezing. No way this was some kind of weird condensation or ice buildup on the camera. By this point, I was genuinely freaked out. The only other camera that might have captured something was the one on the east side of the property, which partially faces the front of the house from about 50 yards away. I hadn't checked it yet because we rarely get alerts from it. It's positioned to watch the equipment shed and that side of the property line. When I pulled up that camera's footage from the same time window, what I saw made my skin crawl. For the first few seconds, it looked like normal water vapor rising from the ground around the front of the house. The kind you might see on a cold morning when the ground is warmer than the air. But what followed, I still don't know how to describe it properly. It didn't behave like vapor at all. It seemed to gather and concentrate specifically around the front door area. And within this mist or whatever it was, there were these black specks and white dots moving in patterns that looked almost deliberate. The movement wasn't random like dust or bugs. It pulsed and flowed in ways that felt coordinated. The east camera uses infrared for night vision, and whatever this was seemed to be reflecting the IR light in ways that created these bizarre visual effects. Parts of it would suddenly glow intensely bright, then go dark. Other sections seemed to absorb the light completely. What disturbed me most was that this phenomenon was completely isolated to just that specific area of our property during those specific 15 minutes, and only visible on the 2 cameras facing that direction. The other 3 cameras, which should have picked up at least some evidence of a meteorological event, if that's what it was, showed scenes so still they looked like paused images. I've rewatched the footage probably 50 times now. I've sent it to a meteorologist friend who couldn't explain it. I've posted it in weather forums where people suggested everything from temperature inversion to camera malfunction, but none of the explanations account for the fact that 2 different cameras with different technology captured the same phenomenon from different angles at the exact same time. I'm not a superstitious person. I consider myself pretty rational. I'm an atheist and have always believed there's a logical explanation for everything. But I've had a couple of experiences in my life that I simply cannot explain away. Once, when I was a teenager, I distinctly saw a figure standing in my bedroom doorway that vanished when I turned on the light. Another time, about 10 years ago, my wife and I both heard someone clearly call my name in an empty house. I've tried to rationalize these things, but some experiences just defy explanation. This vapor incident feels different though, more tangible, more documented. I have actual video evidence that something extremely unusual happened at my front door at 3:22 a.m. But what exactly it was, I have no idea. After that night, I installed 2 additional cameras covering the front of the house from different angles. I've checked the footage every morning since then. Nothing similar has happened. I've started keeping a journal of anything unusual, temperature drops, electronic malfunctions, strange sounds, but there's been nothing significant. I did notice one odd thing 2 days after the incident. When I was sweeping the front porch, I found a small patch of what looked like fine white powder near the doorbell. It was about the size of my palm, barely noticeable against the grey wood of the porch. I collected some of it in a plastic bag, thinking it might be related, but it dissolved or disappeared within the bag before I could test it. When I went back to check for more, the rest was gone too. Could have been pollen or dust, I suppose, but the timing seemed strange. My wife thinks I'm obsessing, and maybe I am. She reminds me that camera glitches happen, that environmental conditions can create weird visual effects, and that there are plenty of natural explanations. She's probably right, but something about this doesn't feel like a glitch or a weather anomaly. What bothers me most is the way it seemed to gather specifically around our front door, as if it was trying to, I don't know, get in. And those patterns in the vapor, they looked almost like symbols or letters at certain points. I've gone through frame by frame, trying to make sense of them, but nothing concrete emerges. We've lived in this house for 3 years without incident. It's an old place, sure, but we've never experienced anything that felt paranormal or unexplainable. No cold spots, no strange noises, no odd feelings. Just a drafty old farmhouse that creaks and groans like they all do. But now I find myself listening more carefully at night. I've started checking the cameras before I go to bed, and again when I wake up. I installed a motion-activated floodlight above the front door. I even considered having someone come out to cleanse the house, despite my skepticism about such things. The rational part of my brain says there's a logical explanation, some rare atmospheric phenomenon, or a camera malfunction that coincidentally affected 2 different systems in similar ways. Maybe some kind of fine rain or mist that was localized to just that part of our property. Maybe a swarm of insects that was somehow only visible in infrared. But none of these explanations fully account for what I saw. And I keep coming back to one detail that chills me. In the final moments of the last clip, just before the vapor dissipates completely, there's a frame where it seems to form a distinct shape. If you adjust the contrast and brighten the image, it looks almost like a face, featureless, except for what appear to be 2 dark hollows where eyes should be. I've shown this enhanced frame to my wife, who says I'm seeing patterns where none exist. Pareidolia, she calls it. The tendency to see faces in random visual noise. She's probably right. I want to believe she's right, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever was at our door that night was watching, waiting, testing. It's been nearly 3 months since the incident. Nothing similar has happened since. The cameras continue to record our quiet, uneventful rural life. The doorbell functions normally, yet I still find myself waking up around 3:20 a.m. almost every night, my heart racing, straining to hear if there's anything at the door. I don't know what to make of all this. I'm not claiming it was paranormal, but I can't find a natural explanation that makes sense either. All I know is that for 15 minutes, on an otherwise ordinary April night, something extremely unusual happened at my front door. Something that was apparently only visible to electronic eyes and that left no trace except for the recordings and possibly that small patch of white powder. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has insights beyond the obvious explanations I've already considered, I'd appreciate hearing about it. I just want to understand what happened so I can stop obsessing over it and get some decent sleep again. Story 3. I still don't know how to explain what happened in that apartment. It's been 2 years since we moved out, and I still check behind doors and look over my shoulder when I'm alone. I never believed in the paranormal before Oak Ridge, but now I'm not sure what to believe anymore. It started small, so small that we laughed it off. We'd moved into this old converted house in Oak Ridge last spring, me, my mom Vivian, my aunt Darlene, and our 2 cats. The place had character, that's what the landlord called it. High ceilings, creaky hardwood floors, those weird old-fashioned radiators that clank all night. It was split into 3 apartments, and we had the main floor unit. Not huge, but affordable, and in a decent neighborhood. The first weird thing I noticed was with my blanket. I keep this soft blue throw on my bed, nothing special, just something I've had forever. I'm particular about it. When I'm not using it, I fold it neatly at the foot of my bed. Always have. About 2 weeks after moving in, I woke up with the blanket covering me. Not a big deal, right? Except I distinctly remembered folding it and leaving it at the foot of my bed before falling asleep because it had been too warm. I asked my mom and aunt if either of them had come in during the night, but they both said no. I brushed it off. Maybe I'd gotten cold in my sleep and pulled it up without remembering. These things happen, but then it happened again and again. Sometimes the opposite. I'd fall asleep with the blanket and wake up to find it neatly folded at the foot of my bed. Once I even put it in my closet before bed and woke up with it draped over me. My aunt joked that we had a considerate ghost who just wanted to make sure I was comfortable. We all laughed, but something about it made my skin crawl. Then came the bouncy ball incident. This sounds so stupid when I try to explain it, but it freaked me out more than the blanket. I have this bright neon orange stress ball, one of those super bouncy ones. I'd been fidgeting with it while watching TV in the living room one night. When I went to bed, I left it on the coffee table. The next morning, I was alone in the kitchen making coffee when I heard a distinct bouncing sound coming from the hallway. When I looked, the orange ball came bouncing out of my bedroom doorway, bounced 3 times down the hall and rolled to a stop at my feet. I just stood there, coffee pot in hand, staring at it. There was no one else home. Mom was at work, Aunt Darlene was at the gym. The cats were both sleeping on the windowsill. My bedroom was at the opposite end of the apartment from the living room where I'd left the ball. There was no way it could have rolled uphill through the apartment, turned into my room, and then bounced out again. Physically impossible. I called my mum, trying to sound casual, asking if she'd moved the ball before leaving for work. She hadn't. It had still been on the coffee table when she left at 6 a.m. That's when I started paying closer attention to things. I began noticing other small inconsistencies, books rearranged on shelves, cups moved from where I'd left them, my hairbrush showing up in the living room when I was certain I'd left it in the bathroom. The cat started acting weird too. Maya, my tabby, would suddenly stare intently at empty corners, her tail puffed out. Baxter would refuse to enter certain rooms on some days. About a month in, the Maya incident happened, and that's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I was in the living room working on my laptop. Maya ran past me toward the kitchen. I glanced up to watch her go. The kitchen was directly across from me, and I had a clear line of sight to the doorway. She darted in, and I returned to my work. Not even 30 seconds later, I heard my mom's bedroom door creak open down the hall, in the complete opposite direction from the kitchen. Maya came trotting out, tail high, and jumped up beside me on the couch. I froze. There was absolutely no way for her to have gotten from the kitchen to my mom's bedroom without passing back through the living room in front of me. The apartment had no connecting hallway, no other doors. The layout was simple and linear. To get from the kitchen to my mom's room, you had to go through the living room. But I hadn't taken my eyes off the kitchen doorway long enough for her to have run back past me. And even if somehow I'd missed that, I definitely would have heard her skittering across the hardwood floors. I got up and checked the apartment. No hidden passages, no holes in the walls, no way for a cat to have teleported from one end to the other. When my mum got home, I told her about it. She suggested that maybe I'd been more engrossed in my work than I realized, and simply didn't notice Maya running back through. It was the logical explanation, but I knew it wasn't true. I'd been hyper-aware of my surroundings by that point. The contact lens incident was the first time I felt genuinely threatened. I wear daily disposable contacts. One night I took them out as usual, putting them in their sealed case with solution. The next morning my right lens was gone. The case was still closed, still had solution in it, but only my left lens was there. I figured I must have dropped it, though I was certain I'd put both in. I used a fresh pair that day and didn't think much more about it, until that evening when I found my missing contact lens sitting in the middle of my desk, completely dried out and shriveled. My desk was across the room from where I removed my contacts. There's no way it could have gotten there accidentally. Someone or something had to have taken it from the sealed case and placed it there deliberately. By this point, I was sleeping poorly. I started setting up my phone to record while I slept, but the recordings never showed anything unusual. Just me tossing and turning, and occasionally the cats walking around. Then came the voices. I was home alone one afternoon. Mom was working a double shift, and Aunt Darlene was visiting friends for the weekend. I was in my room with the door cracked open, headphones on but not playing anything yet, when I heard my mom's voice from the kitchen. It was so clear I actually pulled my headphones off. I heard her say, "Need to get more milk," in her typical muttering to herself way that I've heard 1,000 times. I called out, "Mom, you home early?" No response. I heard footsteps moving from the kitchen to the living room, the specific creaky floorboard by the couch groaning under weight. Then her voice again, "Where did I put those receipts?" My heart started racing. This wasn't just similar to my mum's voice, it was her voice. The exact cadence, the slight southern drawl she still has from growing up in Georgia, the way she always sounds slightly annoyed when she can't find something. I picked up my phone and called her. She answered after 3 rings. "Hey honey, everything okay?" She was clearly at work. I could hear the background noise of the office. My mouth went dry. "Are you sure you're at work right now?" She laughed. "What kind of question is that? Yes, I'm at work. I'll be home around 7. While she was speaking, I heard her voice from the living room again. "Need to sort through these bills." I whispered into the phone, "Someone's in the apartment. They sound exactly like you." She immediately went into crisis mode. "Elise, get out now. Call 911. I was terrified, but I couldn't just leave without knowing what was happening. I told her I'd call her right back, ignored her protests, and crept to my bedroom door. The footsteps continued. I could hear paper rustling, the exact sound of my mom going through mail. Then her voice again, mumbling something I couldn't quite catch, but in that familiar tone she uses when she's concentrating. I peered out. From my angle, I could see part of the living room, empty. The sounds continued, footsteps, papers shuffling, my mom's voice making little sounds. I gathered all my courage and stepped into the hallway. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. Everything went silent, completely silent, in that unnatural way that feels like someone just hit mute on the world. I forced myself to walk through the entire apartment. Nobody there. Every window closed and locked, front door still dead-bolted from the inside. No sign anyone had been there at all. When I called my mom back, she insisted on coming home immediately. We checked everything. No sign of a break-in, nothing missing. She called the police, who did a thorough check but found nothing suspicious. They suggested it might have been sound carrying from another apartment in the building, but I knew better. What I'd heard wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there in our living room. The incidents escalated after that. The voice came back, always when I was alone, always sounding exactly like my mom. Sometimes it would call my name from another room. Sometimes it would have entire one-sided conversations, as if talking on the phone. I started recording everything. I caught the footsteps, the sounds of movement, but never the voice. It was like it knew when I was recording. The final straw came about 2 months after it all started. I was home alone again, trying to study in the living room, when I heard my mom's voice from her bedroom. "Elise, can you come help me with something?" I knew she wasn't home. She was at a conference 3 states away. Aunt Darlene was out grocery shopping, but it sounded so much like her. For a split second, I almost got up to help before remembering she couldn't possibly be there. "Elise, did you hear me? I need some help in here." My heart pounding, I called out, "You're not my mom. Who are you?" Silence. Then footsteps. Heavy, deliberate steps coming down the hall toward the living room. I grabbed my keys and ran out of the apartment. I didn't go back inside until Aunt Darlene returned an hour later. That night, things reached a breaking point. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of my bed. The weight was unmistakable. My mattress dipped toward the side, and I could feel the pressure against my legs. I lay perfectly still, eyes squeezed shut, too terrified to look. The cats, who usually sleep with me, were nowhere to be seen. Then I felt a hand, cold and dry, touch my forehead. Just a light touch, like checking for a fever. I heard my mum's voice, barely a whisper. "Almost time now, Elise," I screamed. The weight disappeared instantly. My mum and aunt came running in, turning on lights, asking what happened. We moved out the next week. My mum had to break the lease and pay a penalty, but she didn't even argue when I told her everything that had happened. Maybe she'd experienced things too, but hadn't wanted to scare me by mentioning them. The weird thing is, nothing has followed us to the new place. No moved blankets, no teleporting cats, no voices. It's like whatever it was stayed behind in that apartment. I drive by the old place sometimes. There's a new family living there now. I've thought about stopping, knocking on their door, asking if they've experienced anything strange. But what would I say? "Hey, just wondering if you've heard my mum's voice when she's not there, or had any mystery roommates rearranging your stuff." They'd think I was crazy. Sometimes I wonder if I am. But then I remember that cold hand on my forehead, that weight on my bed, that perfect imitation of my mother's voice saying, "Almost time now." And I know what I experienced was real. Whatever was in that apartment was learning, watching us, mimicking us, and I can't shake the feeling that if we'd stayed even a week longer, we would have found out what it was preparing for. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone online before. For 15 years, I couldn't even bring myself to talk about it out loud. When I finally told my wife, she thought I was making it up, until she searched online and found other people had seen the same thing. I'm still not sure what happened that night in 1994, but I know what I saw was real. It was late October 1994, and I was living in Ravenwood in this crappy second-floor apartment. The kind with thin walls where you can hear your neighbors arguing about everything. I was in a pretty bad place mentally. My girlfriend of 3 years had just left me for someone she worked with, someone she'd sworn was just a friend for months. Classic, right? Finding out through a mutual friend that they'd been seeing each other behind my back for weeks made it 10 times worse. To make things even shittier, I was living with my roommate Jeff, and things had been tense between us. I was behind on rent, because I'd lost my job at the warehouse, and he wasn't exactly understanding about it. He kept making these passive-aggressive comments about bills piling up and how he wasn't running a charity. I'd already decided to move out at the end of the month, though I hadn't found a new place yet. The whole situation had me feeling like absolute garbage. That night, October 27th, I remember going to bed around midnight. It wasn't anything special about the day. I'd spent most of it filling out job applications and avoiding Jeff. He'd been in one of his moods, slamming cabinets and sighing loudly whenever I entered a room. I remember feeling this heavy weight on my chest, like I couldn't quite get a full breath. Not physical, more like the weight of everything going wrong in my life was sitting on me. My bedroom was small, barely fitting my double bed and a dresser. The door was directly opposite my bed, maybe 8 feet away. I always slept facing the wall because the streetlight outside my window would shine through the thin curtains. That night, I fell asleep pretty quickly, despite everything. I was emotionally drained. I don't know exactly what time it happened. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 when I checked it afterward, but I have no idea how long I'd been wherever I was before that. What I do remember, what I will never forget, was the sensation of my body hitting the floor. Thud. It wasn't like falling out of bed when you're rolling over. This was different. My body hit the floor hard, like I'd been dropped from a height. The impact knocked the wind out of me. For a few seconds I was completely disoriented. You know when you wake up in a hotel room and for a split second don't know where you are? It was like that, but worse. My face was pressed against the cold hardwood floor, and I couldn't figure out why I wasn't in my bed. When I pushed myself up slightly, that's when I realized something was seriously wrong. I wasn't just on the floor. I was on the floor facing my bedroom door, the complete opposite direction from how I'd fallen asleep. It was like someone had picked me up, turned me around, and dumped me on the ground. I blinked hard, trying to clear my head. The room was dark except for that faint glow from the streetlight filtering through the curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I saw it. There was something in front of my bedroom door, something that shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there. At first I thought maybe it was my bathrobe hanging on the door hook, casting a weird shadow. But as my vision cleared, I realized what I was seeing was floating, not touching the ground at all. It was a figure in a black hood, not like a hoodie sweatshirt, more like an old monk's robe or something from those medieval paintings. The hood was pulled forward, hanging low, and inside was nothing. Just absolute darkness. No face, no eyes, nothing reflective. Just a void that seemed deeper than should be possible. The rest of the figure was just as black, like it was made of shadow itself. It didn't have feet that I could see. The bottom of the robe just kind of faded out about a foot above my floor. Here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It wasn't just standing there. It was watching me. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt it staring at me with such intensity. The feeling of being observed was overwhelming, like being under a microscope. And the cold. Jesus, the cold. The temperature in the room dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. It was like standing in front of an open freezer, but colder, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. I tried to scream. I really did. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Not even a whisper. It was like my vocal cords were frozen. I couldn't move either. Complete sleep paralysis, but I was wide awake. My brain was screaming at my body to run, to crawl, to do anything, but nothing happened. I was completely immobilized. The worst part wasn't the appearance of this thing, though that was terrifying enough. It was the feeling that radiated from it. Pure malevolence, pure evil. I've never felt anything like it before or since. It wasn't just scary. It felt wrong on a fundamental level, like its very existence was a violation of natural law. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me paralyzed on the floor, this hooded thing hovering by my door. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. I kept waiting for it to move toward me, to reach out, to do something, but it just watched. And then, this is where my memory gets fuzzy. It was just gone. I don't remember seeing it leave or fade away. One moment it was there, this presence filling my room with dread, and the next moment it wasn't. The cold lingered, though. For hours afterward, I couldn't get warm no matter how many blankets I piled on. When I could finally move again, I scrambled back onto my bed and pressed myself against the wall, unable to look away from the door. I kept the lights on for the rest of the night. There was no way in hell I was going back to sleep. I just sat there, shaking, waiting for morning. The next day, I told myself it had been a nightmare, sleep paralysis, stress, something rational. But deep down, I knew better. The bruise on my hip from hitting the floor was real. The lingering cold in my room was real. And that feeling of absolute evil, that was definitely real. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep with the lights off. I moved out of that apartment as quickly as I could, crashing on a friend's couch until I found a new place. I told Jeff I couldn't stay there anymore, but I never told him why. How could I? Sorry. Gotta move because a floating demon monk visited me in the middle of the night. Yeah, right. It wasn't until years later, after I'd married my wife Sarah and we'd been together for almost a decade, that I finally told someone what happened. We were lying in bed one night talking about weird experiences, and it just came out. I told her everything. The falling, the hooded figure, the cold, all of it. She didn't believe me at first. I could see it in her eyes. That look people get when they think you're making something up or exaggerating. It hurt, but I couldn't blame her. I wouldn't have believed it either if someone had told me the same story. A few days later, she came to me with her laptop open. I looked up black hooded figure online, she said. Daniel, other people have seen this thing, lots of people. The descriptions match exactly what you told me. She showed me forum posts, articles, personal accounts, all describing the same entity I'd seen. Some called it the Shadow Monk or the Dark Watcher. Others had more ominous names for it. But the descriptions were all eerily similar. The black hood, the absence of a face, the floating, the intense cold, the feeling of malevolence, the paralysis. That's when I knew for certain I hadn't imagined it. This thing, whatever it was real. And it had chosen to visit me that night in Ravenwood. Looking back now, I've had time to think about what happened. I'm convinced this entity was drawn to my negative emotional state. The breakup, the job loss, the conflict with my roommate. I was in a dark place mentally, radiating negative energy. It's like I was a beacon for this thing, like it fed off that negativity somehow. I've also realized something else over the years, something that still makes me sick to my stomach when I think about it. I wasn't just thrown to the floor that night. I was levitated off my bed, turned around in midair, and then dropped. That's the only explanation for how I ended up facing the opposite direction from how I'd been sleeping. Something physically moved my body. Something had that kind of power over me. I haven't seen the hooded figure since that night, but I still wake up sometimes with the feeling that I'm being watched. I still can't sleep facing the wall. I need to see the door at all times, and I keep a nightlight in every bedroom of our house, which my kids think is for them, but it's really for me. I know how this all sounds. Trust me, I do. If I hadn't lived through it, I wouldn't believe it either. But I know what I saw that night in 1994. I know what I felt. And sometimes, when our house gets too quiet at night and I feel a slight chill in the air, I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, watching, waiting for another moment of weakness to return. Whatever that thing was, it changed me forever. There are things in this world, or maybe outside of it, that we don't understand, things that shouldn't exist but do. And sometimes, when you're at your lowest point, they find you. Story 5. I've never been the type to share personal stuff online, but But I'm desperate for answers, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I don't even know how to explain what happened to me 3 nights ago without sounding completely insane, but I need to tell someone who might understand. I moved to Newvale about a month ago after getting a decent job offer at the local hospital. The housing market here is surprisingly affordable compared to where I was living before, so I managed to get a small 2-bedroom house on the edge of town. It's nothing fancy, built in the 70s, needs some updating, but it's mine and I was thrilled. The first few weeks were completely normal. I was settling in, getting to know my neighbors, and feeling good about the fresh start. I should mention that I've lived with Milo, my emotional support dog, for about 4 years now. He's a mix, part lab, part something else, and he's literally saved my life during some really dark periods with my anxiety. I've had panic attacks since I was a teenager, and Milo is trained to respond when I'm in distress. He's incredibly intuitive and usually glued to my side before I even realize I'm getting anxious. Anyway, everything was fine until 3 nights ago. I went to bed around 11 p.m. after binge-watching some crime documentaries. Probably not the best idea in hindsight. I fell asleep pretty quickly with Milo in his usual spot at the foot of my bed. What happened next is where things get weird. I woke up around 3 a.m., but I couldn't move. My eyes were open, but my body was completely paralyzed. I've had sleep paralysis a couple times before in college during finals week. So at first I tried to stay calm, but this felt different somehow. The air in my bedroom seemed thicker, heavier. There was this pressure on my chest that kept getting stronger, like someone was sitting on me. Then I saw it. In the corner of my room, partially hidden by my closet door, was a dark shape. Not just shadow dark, but like a void that was somehow darker than the darkness around it. It didn't really have a form, but I could sense it watching me. The longer I stared at it, the more I felt this overwhelming sense of dread washing over me. I tried to scream for Milo, but my mouth wouldn't work. I tried to wiggle my fingers, my toes, anything to break out of the paralysis. Nothing. The shape started to move toward me, sliding across the floor without actually walking. As it got closer, I could feel the temperature dropping dramatically. Just when I thought it was going to reach me, I jerked awake for real. I was drenched in sweat, my heart racing like crazy. Milo was still asleep at the foot of the bed, which was odd. Usually, he'd be all over me if I was having any kind of distress. I checked the time, 3:17 a.m. I got up, turned on all the lights, and checked every corner of my room. Nothing. I even looked in the closet and under the bed like a scared kid. I ended up staying awake until sunrise, just sitting up in bed with all the lights on, scrolling through my phone to distract myself. I chalked it up to the crime shows and maybe some unresolved stress from the move. But the next night was worse. I was hesitant to go to sleep, but by midnight I was exhausted. I double-checked all the locks, left the hallway light on, and made sure Milo was comfortable on the bed. I eventually drifted off. This time I woke up and immediately knew something was wrong. The hallway light I'd left on was off. My bedroom door, which I always keep closed, was open about 6 inches, and the paralysis was back, stronger than before. I could feel my breathing getting shallow and rapid. The dark shape was back too, but this time it wasn't hiding. It was standing at the foot of my bed, looming over Milo. In this nightmare, or whatever it was, I could see Milo clearly. He was awake but completely still, staring at the shape with his ears flat against his head. I've never seen him like that. Not barking, not growling, just frozen in what looked like pure terror. The shape slowly moved around the bed toward me. As it got closer, I started to make out features that weren't there the night before. It had the vague outline of a person, but elongated and distorted. Its limbs were too long, and its head seemed to shift and change shape as it moved. The worst part was that I could feel it had some kind of intent. It wasn't just a presence. It wanted something from me. It reached the side of my bed and leaned over me. I felt its breath on my face, cold and smelling like soil and something metallic. It whispered something I couldn't understand, but the sound made my skin crawl. I was screaming inside my head, begging my body to move, to run, to do anything. When I finally broke free from the paralysis, I sat up gasping for air. The clock read 4:23 a.m. Milo was asleep, completely undisturbed. I reached out and shook him awake, checking to make sure he was okay. He yawned and looked at me like I was crazy for waking him up, wagging his tail sleepily. I checked the hallway. The light was still on and my door was still closed. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. I didn't go back to sleep that night either. I took Milo out to the backyard at first light, half expecting to see something abnormal, but everything was normal. Birds were chirping, the neighbor was getting his newspaper. It was just a regular morning. I felt stupid for being so scared, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. That day, I called my friend Tara, who's into spiritual stuff. She came over after work and did a cleansing of the house with sage and some other herbs. She said she didn't sense anything negative in the space, but offered to do it anyway for my peace of mind. I didn't tell her exactly what I'd experienced, just that I was having trouble sleeping in the new place. She suggested putting a line of salt across my doorway and windows, which I did after she left, feeling a little ridiculous but willing to try anything. That night, the third night, I was determined to get some sleep. I took a warm shower, avoided all screens for a couple hours before bed, and even took some melatonin. Milo seemed completely normal, playfully demanding his usual bedtime treats and curling up next to me instead of at the foot of the bed. I felt safer with him closer. I must have fallen asleep around 10:30. What happened next is still so vivid that my hands are shaking just typing this out. In this dream or vision or whatever it was, I was awake in my bed, but the room looked different. The walls seemed farther away, like the room had expanded. The ceiling was higher, and there was a faint reddish glow coming from somewhere I couldn't identify. I wasn't paralyzed this time. I could move, but my body felt incredibly heavy, like I was moving through mud. I looked for Milo, but couldn't find him anywhere in the room. I called his name, and my voice sounded wrong, deeper and somehow delayed, like there was an echo. But the echo came before my actual voice. I managed to get out of bed and my feet hit the floor with a weird squishing sound. Looking down, I realized I wasn't standing on my hardwood floor anymore. It was some kind of dark, wet substance that seemed to give slightly under my weight. The walls of my bedroom were sweating the same substance, thick droplets running down and pooling on the floor. I tried to reach for the light switch, but it wasn't where it should have been. The wall felt soft and warm, almost like skin. I yanked my hand back, and that's when I heard it. Whispering coming from every direction, multiple voices overlapping, saying things I couldn't quite understand, but somehow knew were terrible. The red glow was getting stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat. With each pulse, the room seemed to contract slightly, like I was inside something alive. I backed up until I hit the bed and sat down hard. The sheets felt wrong, not like fabric, but like something membranous and slick. That's when I noticed movement in the corner of the room. Not the shapeless void from the previous nights, but something more defined. A figure stepped out of the shadows, and I recognized it immediately, even though I'd never seen it before. It had the general shape of a person, but was impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was the color of bruises, mottled purple and yellow and green. But its face, God, its face is what I can't get out of my head. It didn't have proper features, just indentations where eyes should be, and a wide lipless gash for a mouth. That mouth opened wider than should be possible, stretching until it split the face nearly in half. Inside weren't teeth, but rows of small, writhing things that looked like fingers. It spoke, and while I couldn't hear actual words, I understood it was saying my name, over and over, with increasing urgency. It knew me. It had been waiting for me. It moved toward me with a jerky, stuttering motion, like it was fighting against invisible restraints. With each step, it seemed to flicker in and out of existence, sometimes looking solid, and sometimes like a projection or hologram. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. All I could do was watch as it got closer and closer, reaching out with those impossible limbs. When it touched me, I felt a jolt of the most intense cold I've ever experienced. It wasn't just physical cold, it was like every happy memory, every good feeling I'd ever had was being drained out of me, replaced with despair and terror. I could feel something hooking into me, not physically but deeper, like it was attaching itself to my very essence. It leaned in close, that horrific mouth next to my ear, and this time I could understand what it was saying. I've been looking for you for so long. You're mine now. And then I heard Milo barking, not in the dream, but somewhere distant, like he was in another room or another world. The thing's grip on me tightened, and I felt myself being pulled away from that sound, away from reality. With every ounce of willpower I had, I fought against it. I focused on Milo's barking, trying to use it as an anchor to pull myself back. The thing hissed in frustration, its face contorting into something even more nightmarish. And then, suddenly, I was awake. Really awake. It was exactly 6 a.m. according to my phone. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, tears streaming down my face, having the worst panic attack of my entire life. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I was convinced I was dying. But here's the part that terrifies me most. Milo wasn't reacting at all. He was just sitting at the foot of my bed, completely still, staring at me with an expression I've never seen on him before. Not concern, not fear, just emptiness. Like he was looking through me rather than at me. I called his name between gasping breaths, and he didn't respond. I reached out to touch him, and he flinched away from me. Something he has never done in the 4 years I've had him. When he finally looked at me properly, there was no recognition in his eyes. It took nearly an hour for me to calm down enough to function. When I did, Milo was suddenly back to normal, nudging me with his nose for his morning walk, like nothing had happened. He's been completely normal since then. Affectionate, protective, the same dog he's always been. But I can't shake the feeling that something happened that night. Something attached itself to me, and somehow Milo could see it. I think whatever this thing is, it can hide from me when I'm awake. But it shows itself in what I thought were dreams. And somehow it's affecting Milo too, blocking his natural instinct to respond to my distress. I haven't had another episode since that night, but I'm terrified to go to sleep. I've been taking micro naps during the day when it feels safer, and drinking ridiculous amounts of coffee to stay awake at night. I know I can't keep this up forever. I've considered moving, but what if this thing isn't attached to the house? What if it's attached to me? Would moving even help, or would I just be taking it with me? I tried talking to my primary care doctor about it, but he just prescribed me anxiety medication and suggested I see a therapist. I haven't filled the prescription. This doesn't feel like anxiety. This feels like something is hunting me while I sleep. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Does anyone know what this thing might be or how I can protect myself from it? I'm desperate for any advice at this point. The thought of going through another night like that makes me physically ill. I'm typing this in broad daylight with Milo snoozing at my feet, and even now I can feel something watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down, waiting for me to sleep. Story 6. Hey, I still get goosebumps every time I think about writing this down. It feels like inviting it all back somehow, but maybe getting it out will help. I've never told the full story to anyone besides my therapist, who probably thinks I'm crazy anyway. I grew up in Riverview, a small town where everybody knows everybody's business. My family had lived there for generations, which meant we carried all the baggage that comes with that kind of history. My grandmother used to tell me that our family trouble started in the 1960s, when she rejected the advances of a local woman who everyone whispered was a witch. Grandma was engaged to my grandfather at the time, and this woman, Agatha Miller, didn't take the rejection well. She looked me dead in the eyes, my grandmother told me when I was 12, and said the firstborn daughters of my line would never know peace, that we would always be followed by those who had passed beyond the veil. At the time, I thought it was just an old woman's dramatic storytelling. But then I started connecting the dots. My mother's strange behavior, the way she'd sometimes freeze mid-sentence and stare at empty corners of rooms, how she'd wake up screaming about the tall man watching her, my cousin Eliza's disturbing tendency to talk to people who weren't there, and then there was me. I was 4 the first time I saw one of them. My dad had been in one of his moods, yelling about something I'd spilled. I was crying in my bedroom when I felt the temperature drop suddenly. When I looked up, there was a man standing by my dresser. Not fully solid, I could see my Barbie dollhouse through him, but definitely there. He had kind eyes and wore clothes like the men in the old photos at my grandparents' house. "Don't cry, little one," he said, his voice sounding like it was coming through static. "Your daddy's just tired." I wasn't afraid. That's the weird part. Even at 4, I knew I should be terrified of a strange man in my room, but instead I felt safe. When my mom came in to check on me, I pointed to him, but she didn't see anything. She just tucked me in tighter and told me to go to sleep. That was my first encounter, but definitely not my last. When I was 13, we moved into this huge old house in the city, practically a mansion compared to our old place. Dad had gotten a promotion, and Mom was excited about the character of the old home. The previous owner had died there after years of hoarding. The realtor told us he'd gone downhill after his wife died, filling the house with newspapers and broken furniture, barely leaving paths to walk through. We had to gut most of the interior. During renovations, the workers found all kinds of weird stuff in the walls, old photographs, children's toys, even a box of letters tied with a ribbon that looked like they'd never been opened. Mom put them all in a box in the attic, saying it felt wrong to throw away someone's memories. I should have known then that bringing those items into our home was a mistake. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, with windows that faced the backyard. From day one, I felt uncomfortable in there. Not scared exactly, just watched. I'd wake up at 3:17 a.m. almost every night, feeling like someone was standing at the foot of my bed. I'd see white shimmers in the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. The basement was worse. Dad had converted it into a family room with a TV and pool table, but I hated going down there. The temperature was always about 10 degrees colder than the rest of the house, and there was this heavy feeling like walking through molasses. It felt depressed, like the sadness of the previous owner had seeped into the walls. About 3 months after we moved in, I started seeing him. A tall man in the hallway outside my room. He never did anything, just stood there watching. His face was always in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me. He'd appear for a few seconds, then fade away if I blinked or looked away. I told my mom once, and she got this look on her face. Not surprise or disbelief, but recognition. She made me promise not to tell Dad, said he wouldn't understand. Then she gave me a small pendant, a piece of black tourmaline on a silver chain. "My mother gave this to me when I was your age," she said. "It helps keep the bad ones away." I wore it every day after that. It didn't stop the sightings completely, but they became less frequent. Then Eliza came to live with us. My cousin was 17, 3 years older than me, and in serious trouble. She'd been caught doing drugs, had been expelled from 2 schools, and her parents couldn't handle her anymore. What nobody talked about was how Eliza, like me and my mom, was a firstborn daughter. The night she moved in, everything got worse. The activity in the house went from occasional and mostly harmless to constant and frightening. Objects would move when no one was looking. Doors would slam shut on their own. The TV in the basement would turn on by itself, always to static, and Eliza seemed to bring something with her, something dark. She'd sit in her room for hours, whispering to someone I couldn't see. Sometimes I'd hear her laughing in there when she was supposed to be alone. Other times, I'd hear her screaming, begging something to leave her alone. One night, I woke up to find her standing at the foot of my bed, eyes wide open but completely vacant. "He's hungry," she said, in a voice that didn't sound like hers at all. "And you smell like fear." I was terrified, but I couldn't move. It felt like something was sitting on my chest, crushing the air out of my lungs. Eliza just stood there staring until my mum came in and led her back to her room. The next morning, Eliza didn't remember any of it. That was when I started waking up with unexplained scratches on my arms and back. 3 parallel lines, like someone had dragged their nails across my skin while I slept. Mum saw them once when I was changing and broke down crying. "It's happening to you too," she whispered, "just like it happened to me." She told me then about her own experiences growing up, the voices she'd heard, the shadows that followed her, how she'd hoped moving away from Riverview would break whatever hold these things had on our family. "Your grandmother called it a generational curse," she said. "I just call it hell." I was in the backyard one afternoon, sitting on the swing set Dad had installed when we first moved in, trying to get some fresh air and escape the oppressive feeling inside the house. It was a warm day, but I felt cold like I always did now. I was just sitting there, barely swinging, when I felt someone push me. Hard. I went flying forward, nearly fell off the swing, and when I looked back, there was nobody there. But I could feel the pressure of hands on my back, shoving me. I ran back into the house, screaming for my mom. She came running, took one look at my face and knew. "What did you see?" she asked. "I didn't see anything," I said, my voice shaking. "Something pushed me off the swing." That night, I saw him clearly for the first time. Not the tall man who watched from the shadows, but someone else. He was standing in my doorway when I came out of the bathroom, a man in old worker's clothes, like something from the 1940s. His face was twisted in anger, his hands balled into fists. He wasn't transparent like the others I'd seen. He looked solid, real, like he could reach out and grab me. "Get out!" he growled, his voice like gravel. "This is my house!" I screamed and ran back into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I could hear him pounding on it, the wood actually shaking from the impact. I was sobbing, calling for my parents, but they couldn't hear me from their bedroom on the other side of the house. The pounding stopped suddenly, and when my dad finally came to find me an hour later, I was still huddled in the bathtub, shaking uncontrollably. After that, my parents finally believed something was seriously wrong. Mom called in a medium, an older woman named Gloria, who smelled like sage and spoke with a slight accent I couldn't place. She walked through our house, touching walls and muttering to herself. When she got to Eliza's room, she refused to go in. "There's something attached to her," Gloria said. "Something that doesn't belong in this world." Gloria performed some kind of cleansing ritual, burning herbs and saying prayers in multiple languages. For a few days after, the house felt lighter. The cold spots disappeared, and I didn't see any apparitions. But it didn't last. Eliza got worse. She started drinking heavily, stealing alcohol from my parents' liquor cabinet. One night, about a week after Gloria's visit, I found her in the bathtub, fully clothed, the water running and spilling onto the floor. She was unconscious, an empty bottle of vodka floating beside her. I screamed for my parents, and Dad performed CPR while Mum called 911. Eliza survived that time, but the incident seemed to break something in her. After she came home from the hospital, she was different, quieter, more withdrawn. The whispered conversations in her room stopped, but sometimes I'd catch her staring at nothing, tears streaming down her face. 3 months later, They found her dead in her apartment from alcohol poisoning. She was only 18. At her funeral, I saw something that still haunts me. As they lowered her casket into the ground, I looked up and saw a dark figure standing at the edge of the cemetery, tall, inhumanly tall, with long limbs and what looked like antlers protruding from its head. It was watching us, and even though I couldn't see its face clearly, I knew it was smiling. When I pointed it out to my mom, she grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. "Don't look at it," she hissed. "Don't acknowledge it." After Eliza's death, I thought maybe whatever had been attached to her would be gone. I was wrong. If anything, it seemed more powerful now, like it had fed on her pain and fear. I started having nightmares about a presence in my room at night, something heavy sitting on my chest, making it impossible to breathe or move. Sometimes I'd feel hands touching me, trailing cold fingers across my skin. I'd try to scream, but no sound would come out. My boyfriend at the time, Rai, stayed over one night when my parents were out of town. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, thought all my stories were just anxiety and an overactive imagination. That changed after he spent one night in our house. We were asleep in my room when he suddenly sat bolt upright, gasping for air. "Someone was in the bed with us," he said, his voice shaking. "A woman, she was touching me." The next morning, he had scratches on his back, the same 3 parallel lines I'd gotten so many times before. Rai started having dreams about a woman who would visit him at night, even when he was at his own house miles away. He'd wake up feeling drained, with bruises on his inner thighs. He broke up with me a month later, saying he couldn't handle it anymore. The nightmares had gotten so bad, he was afraid to sleep. I knew what was happening. Gloria had warned us about it, an incubus or succubus, a type of entity that feeds on sexual energy. It had latched onto Rai through me, and now it was hunting him too. I was 17 by this point, desperate and terrified. I started researching protection methods on my own, learning about cleansing rituals and banishing spells. My mom found my books one day, and instead of being angry, she sat down on my bed and took my hands in hers. "I tried fighting it too," she said, "but it's been in our family for too long. The only way through is to embrace who we are." That's when she told me the rest of the story, how the witch who had cursed my grandmother wasn't just some scorned woman. She was part of a long line of practitioners who worked with spirits, communing with them rather than fearing them. My grandmother had been part of their coven before she left to marry my grandfather, breaking sacred oaths in the process. "The curse wasn't that we would be haunted," my mum explained. "It was that we would be sensitive to the spirit world, but deny our gifts out of fear. Each generation of daughters has been more sensitive than the last." So I began learning, not just protection spells, but how to communicate with the spirits around me, how to tell the difference between those who meant harm and those who were just lost or confused. I learned that the kind man I'd seen as a child was my great-grandfather watching over me. The angry worker in our house was the husband of the previous owner, enraged that strangers were living in the home he'd built for his wife. As for the dark thing that had attached itself to Eliza, that was something older, something that had been waiting for a vulnerable firstborn daughter to latch onto. It had been feeding on our family for generations, growing stronger with each new sensitive child born into the curse. I'm 22 now. I still live in Riverview, though not in that house. My parents moved out after I left for college, finally free of the place now that I wasn't there to act as a beacon for activity. I've embraced the path my grandmother abandoned, learning the old ways, working with herbs and crystals and, yes, communicating with spirits. The scratches still appear sometimes, especially when I'm stressed or vulnerable. The tall man still watches from shadowy corners. I still wake up at 3:17 a.m. most nights feeling something heavy on my chest, but I'm not afraid anymore. I understand now that fear is what feeds these entities, what gives them power over us. The generational curse isn't broken. I don't know if it ever can be completely, but I'm working on it. For myself, for any daughters I might have someday, for Eliza, who never got the chance to understand what was happening to her. Last week, I visited Eliza's grave for the first time since the funeral. As I laid flowers on her headstone, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to see to know who it was. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm sorry I didn't understand in time to help you." The pressure on my shoulder increased briefly, then disappeared. When I finally turned around, I saw her standing at the edge of the cemetery. Not Eliza as she'd been at the end, broken and haunted, but as she'd been when we were children before the darkness took hold. She smiled at me, then turned to walk away. That's when I saw it, the tall, antlered figure standing behind her, reaching for her with impossibly long fingers. I felt the pendant around my neck grow hot, the black tourmaline my mother had given me all those years ago. Without thinking, I raised my hand toward them and spoke the words I'd been practicing for years, a banishing spell passed down through generations of the coven my grandmother had abandoned. The antlered figure jerked back as if struck. Eliza turned to face it. No longer afraid, then both of them vanished, leaving nothing but empty air where they'd stood. I don't know if I actually helped Eliza's spirit find peace, or if it was just wishful thinking. I don't know if the entity that's been haunting our family for generations is actually gone, or just temporarily banished. All I know is that for the first time in my life, I didn't go to bed afraid that night. The curse isn't broken. The sensitivity still runs in my blood, the ability to see beyond the veil that separates our world from theirs. But maybe, just maybe, I've found a way to turn curse into gift, to use what was meant to harm us as a tool for healing instead. I still wake up with unexplained scratches sometimes. I still see things moving in the corners of my eyes. I still feel watched, but now I watch back, and that makes all the difference. Story 7. I never thought I'd be sharing this with strangers, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar, or can offer advice beyond the protection spells I've already tried. For about 4 years now, I've been experiencing something in my home in rural Michigan that I can't explain away anymore. At first, I brushed it off as my imagination, or just the weird acoustics of our old farmhouse, but it's been escalating, and last night was the final straw. I live with my parents on a 5-acre property surrounded by dense woods. We're pretty isolated out here. The nearest neighbor is about half a mile down the road. Our house sits on land that was once inhabited by Native American tribes, Potawatomi, if I remember correctly from local history. I've always felt a connection to this place, which is partly why I've continued my spiritual practices here. Yes, I'm a practicing medium and witch. I know how that sounds to some people, but my abilities to sense energies have always been strong, even as a child. I've learned to shield myself from most negative entities, but whatever is out there in those woods seems to be getting stronger, or smarter, or both. It started small, hearing my mum's voice calling me from downstairs when she wasn't home, or my dad asking me something from the next room when he was actually out in the barn. The first few times I'd answer or go looking for them, only to find empty rooms. I figured it was just the wind playing tricks, or my mind filling in blanks from household noises. But then it started happening more frequently. The voices became clearer, more distinct. They'd say specific things, not just my name, but full sentences. "Can you help me in the kitchen?" in my mum's exact tone. "Have you seen my glasses?" in my dad's gruff voice. Always mundane things they would typically say. About 2 years ago, I started hearing my mum's voice soothing our dog, Rusty. She has this specific way of talking to him when he gets anxious during thunderstorms. "It's okay, buddy, you're safe, the storm will pass." I'd hear it clear as day when I was in my room, but when I'd go downstairs, my mum wouldn't be there, or she'd be asleep, or cooking dinner without saying a word to the dog. Rusty would be calm, though, like someone had indeed been comforting him. That's when I started to wonder if maybe we had a benevolent spirit, some kind of protective energy that was mimicking my mom to help our pet. I even convinced myself it was my grandmother, who passed when I was 12, but who loved animals. That explanation felt comfortable, even if it was strange. I decided it was harmless, helpful even. I didn't tell my parents because they're not as open to the spiritual world as I am, and I didn't want to freak them out over something that seemed benign. But then things changed. The voices started coming from outside the house, especially at night. Last summer, I was up late reading in my room with the window open. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard my dad yelling from somewhere in the backyard. "Help! I'm hurt! Cassandra, help me!" The voice was filled with pain and desperation. My heart nearly stopped. I rushed downstairs in a panic, grabbing a flashlight on my way out the back door. I called for my dad as I searched the yard, but there was no response. The night was completely silent, except for normal cricket sounds. After 10 terrifying minutes of searching, I went back inside and checked my parents' bedroom. My dad was sound asleep next to my mum, both of them undisturbed. That was the first time I felt truly afraid. Whatever was out there wasn't just mimicking casual conversations anymore. It was trying to lure me outside in the middle of the night with cries of pain. After that incident, I started researching local folklore and came across stories about entities known for voice mimicry. Many Native American traditions speak of spirits or creatures that can perfectly imitate human voices to draw people away from safety. The Wendigo is the most famous, but there are others less well known that specifically use loved ones' voices to lure victims into the woods. I reinforced my protection spells around the house after that night. I hung protective herbs over every doorway and window. Mugwort, sage, rosemary. I buried black tourmaline at the 4 corners of our property. I even convinced my parents to let me install security cameras, claiming concerns about some break-ins reported in the area. For a while, things seemed better. The voices inside the house stopped completely, and the outdoor incidents became less frequent. I started to think maybe my protections were working. Then last winter, we lost Bailey, my black lab mix who'd been with me since I was 15. He was old, almost 13, and his health had been declining. Still, losing him broke something in me. He wasn't just a pet. He was my familiar in many ways, attuned to energies and protective of me during my spiritual workings. About 3 months after Bailey passed, I started hearing his distinctive bark outside at night. Bailey had this specific bark, 3 quick barks, followed by a pause, then 2 more. It was his "let me in" signal that he'd do at the back door. The first time I heard it, I was washing dishes. It was so familiar, so distinctly him, that I automatically moved toward the back door before freezing, suddenly remembering that Bailey was gone. The sound sent chills down my spine. I stood there, dish towel in hand, listening. 3 quick barks, pause, 2 more, exactly like Bailey. But my new dog, Shadow, also a black lab but much younger, was right there in the kitchen with me, looking curiously toward the door, but not reacting like there was another dog outside. I didn't open the door that night. Something felt wrong about it, a heaviness in the air, a sense of anticipation from whatever was out there. I could almost feel it waiting for me to turn the knob. Since then, Bailey's phantom barking has become a regular occurrence, happening 2 or 3 times a week, always after dark. Sometimes it's at the back door. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from the edge of the woods. It's always the same pattern, his "let me in" bark, and it always sounds exactly like him. The worst part is my automatic reaction. Even knowing it can't be Bailey, my body responds instinctively to that familiar sound. My hand reaches for the doorknob before my brain can stop it. It's like some deep muscle memory that's hard to override, especially when I'm tired or distracted. This is particularly dangerous because of Shadow. He's completely black, hard to see at night, and he needs to go out for bathroom breaks in the evening. I'm terrified that one night I'll hear Bailey's bark, open the door expecting Shadow, and I don't know what would happen. But I feel certain that whatever is using Bailey's bark wants me to open that door when it's dark, which brings me to last night. Yesterday was the anniversary of Bailey's death, and I'd spent part of the day at his favorite spot by the creek, just sitting and remembering him. I was emotionally drained by evening, maybe more vulnerable than usual. Around midnight, I took Shadow out for his final bathroom break. I always go with him now, never just letting him out alone. The night was unusually still. No wind, no distant traffic sounds, not even many insects chirping. Shadow did his business quickly, and we headed back toward the porch light. That's when I heard my dad's voice from the darkness beyond our yard. "Cassandra, come quickly! Shadow ran this way!" The voice was perfect. The slight Midwestern accent, the way he slightly mispronounces my name with emphasis on the wrong syllable, everything. Shadow was right beside me, pressing against my leg. Whatever was out there had made a crucial mistake. But then came Bailey's bark from the same direction. 3 quick barks, pause, 2 more. Then my mother's voice sounding worried. "Cassie, honey, we need your help. Your father fell." I stood frozen, Shadow whining softly beside me. The voices continued, overlapping now. My dad calling my name, my mom pleading for help, Bailey barking his familiar pattern. They were coming from the tree line about 50 yards away, where our yard meets the woods. I couldn't see anything in the darkness. Shadow's behavior was what terrified me most. He was trembling against my leg, his eyes fixed on the woods. He growled low in his throat, not his normal alert bark for animals or strangers, but something more primal and fearful. I backed toward the house, keeping my eyes on the tree line. The voices followed, seeming to move along the edge of the woods as I retreated. My dad's voice became more desperate. "I'm bleeding, Cassie. Please." My mum's turned angry. "Why won't you help us? What's wrong with you?" As I reached the steps to our back porch, Bailey's barking changed. It wasn't his "let me in" bark anymore. It was his warning bark, the deep, serious one he only used when he sensed genuine danger. But it was distorted somehow, like a recording played at slightly the wrong speed. I grabbed Shadow's collar and hauled him up the steps, fumbling with the door handle. Just as we got inside and I slammed the door shut, all the voices stopped at once. The silence was sudden and complete. I locked the door, drew all the blinds, and woke up my parents. They'd heard nothing from their bedroom on the other side of the house. My dad walked through the house checking windows and doors while my mom made tea. Both of them clearly concerned but skeptical. They've always attributed my sensitivities to an overactive imagination. When my dad suggested going outside to check the property, I begged him not to. Something in my voice must have convinced him, because he agreed to wait until morning. None of us slept much. Shadow refused to leave my side all night, watching the windows. This morning, my dad found nothing unusual around the property. No footprints, no disturbed areas along the tree line. The security cameras showed nothing out of the ordinary, no movement where I'd heard the voices, just empty yard and silent woods. But I know what I heard. More importantly, I know Shadow heard it too. And whatever those things are, they're getting better at mimicry and more aggressive in their attempts to lure us out. I've spent today reinforcing all my protections, but I'm worried they're not enough. These entities know too much. They know about Bailey, they know our voices, they know exactly what would make me or my parents open that door and step into the darkness. I don't know if they're connected to this land's history or if they're something else entirely. All I know is that they're out there in the woods, waiting, listening, learning our patterns and weaknesses. And they're patient. Tonight, I'll be performing a stronger warding ritual. I've lined every entrance with salt mixed with protective herbs. I've given Shadow a charm for his collar, but I'm still afraid. What if they find a voice I can't resist? What happens if one night, despite knowing better, my hand opens that door? Story 8. My cousin Rachel moved in with us when I was 14. She was my mom's sister's daughter, about 10 years older than me, and had been struggling with alcoholism and anorexia for a while. My parents thought the change of scenery might help her recover. Plus, we had a spare bedroom since my brother had left for college. Mom wanted to keep an eye on her, make sure she was eating and not drinking. I remember feeling awkward around Rachel at first. She was really thin, like scary thin, and sometimes she'd get this distant look in her eyes that made me uncomfortable. But after a few weeks, we actually got pretty close. She'd help me with my homework, especially English. She used to be an English major before dropping out. And she'd let me ramble about my stupid middle school drama without making me feel dumb about it. Rachel stayed with us for about 6 months. She gained some weight, started looking healthier, and even got a part-time job at the library. Things were looking up. I was so proud of her. We all were. One night, about a month before, everything happened. Rachel came into my room while I was getting ready for bed. She was looking at this huge map I had on my wall, one of those vintage-style world maps with all the countries in different colors. My dad had gotten it for me because I was obsessed with geography at the time. I always wanted to travel, Rachel said, running her fingers over Europe. See all these places. You still can, I told her, when you're better. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Maybe. Good night, Joe. 2 weeks later, Rachel decided she was ready to go back to her apartment in Minnesota. Mom was worried it was too soon, but Rachel insisted she needed to get back to her own life. She promised she'd keep going to her support groups and stay in touch. The night before she left, she gave me this little compass keychain. So you can always find your way, she said. I still have it. We texted almost every day after she left. Normal stuff, you know. She'd send me pictures of her cat. I'd complain about school. Everything seemed fine, though sometimes she'd take a while to respond. Mom called her a few times a week to check in. Then came that night in October. I'd gone to bed around 10:30 on a school night. My room was on the second floor of our house in Meadowbrook, this quiet suburb where nothing interesting ever happens. Or so I thought. I remember it was raining lightly, and I could hear the tap, tap, tap against my window as I fell asleep. My big map was on the wall across from my bed, secured with those sticky tack putty things in each corner. It had been there for over a year without any issues. I was in a deep sleep when something jolted me awake. At first, I thought it was thunder, but then I realized something had landed on me. I shot up in bed, heart racing, and turned on my bedside lamp. My map, the entire huge wall map, was lying across my bed. It had somehow ripped clean off the wall and landed directly on top of me while I was sleeping. I remember checking my phone. Exactly 3:00 a.m. I was confused but too tired to deal with it, so I just rolled the map up, leaned it against my desk, and went back to sleep. I figured the sticky tack had finally given out. The next morning, Mom was sitting at the kitchen table when I came down for breakfast. Her eyes were red and puffy. Dad was standing by the sink, staring out the window with this empty expression. "What's wrong?" I asked, though something in my gut already knew. Mom took a deep breath. "Honey, there's something we need to tell you. It's about Rachel." Rachel had relapsed. Hard. She'd been found in her apartment by her neighbor. Alcohol poisoning. She'd been dead for several hours when they found her. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. The room started spinning. "When?" I managed to ask. "The hospital estimated around 3 a.m., Dad said quietly. 3 hours a.m., the exact time my map fell. I told them about the map. Mom and Dad exchanged this look I couldn't quite read. They didn't say they didn't believe me, but I could tell they thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe I was trying to find meaning in a random event to cope with the shock, but I knew. Somehow I just knew Rachel had done that. It was her way of saying goodbye. The next few days were a blur of phone calls and arrangements. Rachel's mom, my Aunt Lisa, was a mess, barely functioning. My mom took over organizing everything, including a celebration of life ceremony we planned to hold in our backyard the following weekend. 3 days after we got the news, something else happened. Mom was in her bedroom, working on the memorial program on her laptop. I was downstairs watching TV, trying to distract myself. Suddenly, I heard her call my name, her voice shaking. I ran upstairs and found her staring at the ceiling light in her bedroom. "Watch," she said quietly. The light was flickering, but not in the normal way lights flicker when they're about to burn out. It was pulsing, on, off, in a rhythmic pattern. "It started when I said Rachel's name out loud," Mum whispered. "I was working on her memorial and said, 'Rachel, I hope you'd like this,' and the light started doing this." We both stood there watching the light pulse. Then Mum said, "Rachel, if that's you, can you make the light blink twice?" The light immediately blinked twice, distinctly, deliberately. I felt goosebumps rise all over my body. "Ask her something else," I whispered. Mum's voice trembled. "Rachel, are you okay now? Blink once for yes, twice for no." One clear, steady blink. Are you still in pain?" Mum asked. One blink, then two, then one again, like she wasn't sure how to answer. "Are you just here to say goodbye?" I asked. One clear blink. Mum was crying now, tears streaming down her face. "We love you, Rachel. We miss you so much." The light flickered rapidly, almost like a flutter, and then Mom gasped and wrapped her arms around herself, like she was hugging something. "She's hugging me," Mom whispered. "I can feel her arms around me." I couldn't feel anything, but I could see Mom's reaction was genuine. She wasn't making this up. The hug only lasted a few seconds, then the light gave one more long, steady glow before returning to normal. The room felt different afterward, lighter somehow, but also emptier, like something that had been there was now gone. We stood in silence for a long time. Finally, Mom wiped her eyes and said, "She's at peace now. She came to say goodbye." The celebration of life ceremony happened that weekend. It was beautiful. We released butterflies and shared memories of Rachel. I told a few people about what had happened with the map and the lights, but I could tell most of them didn't really believe me. They nodded politely and changed the subject. But Aunt Lisa believed us. When Mom told her about our experiences, she just nodded and said, "That sounds like Rachel. Always had to have the last word." It was the first time she'd smiled since Rachel died. For weeks afterward, I kept expecting something else to happen, more signs or messages. But there was nothing. The map stayed where I put it, the lights worked normally, and life slowly moved on. I kept the map rolled up for a long time, unable to put it back on the wall. It felt too significant now. Eventually, I got a special frame for it and hung it in a new spot. Sometimes I stand in front of it and talk to Rachel, telling her about my day or asking for advice. The compass keychain she gave me stays on my backpack where I can see it every day. I don't know if Rachel's spirit is still around or if she just stopped by to say goodbye before moving on to wherever we go next. I wonder if she still watches over us sometimes. I like to think she does. My parents rarely talk about what happened. I think it freaked them out more than they want to admit. But sometimes I catch Mum looking at the ceiling light in her bedroom with this questioning expression, like she's hoping it might flicker again. I've tried researching similar experiences online. Apparently, the 3 a.m. thing is common. People call it the witching hour, when the veil between worlds is thinnest, and spirits often manipulate electrical devices because it's easier for them than moving physical objects. The map thing was unusual, though. That took a lot of energy. I'm not religious, and I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. Before this happened, I would have laughed if someone told me a story like mine. But now, I don't know what to believe anymore, except that something happened that science can't explain. Rachel died alone in her apartment, fighting demons none of us could see. But she wasn't alone when she left this world. She reached out across whatever divides the living from the dead to let us know she was going, to say goodbye, to tell us she was finally at peace. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3 a.m. for no reason. I'll lie there in the dark, wondering if she's trying to tell me something new. But the map stays in its frame, the lights stay steady, and the only sound is the rain against my window. I still miss her every day. I wonder if she ever got to see all those places on the map she wanted to visit. I hope wherever she is now, it's better than where she was. I hope she's finally free. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family before. Even now, I'm not sure if putting it in writing makes it more real or less real. All I know is that for one brief moment, the boundary between life and death wasn't as solid as we think it is. And if that can happen once, maybe it can happen again. Maybe someday I'll feel that presence again, or see something that can't be explained. Until then, I keep the compass close and try to find my way, just like she told me to. Story 9. I've never been able to shake what happened at my brother's birthday party when I was 13. It's been over a decade now, but my hands still get clammy when I think about it. I've tried to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination or a trick of the light. But deep down, I know what I saw that day in our house in Pinewood. Our home was nothing special, just a small 2-story place built in the 70s with outdated wallpaper and creaky floorboards. We weren't rich by any means, but my parents did their best to make our childhood memorable, especially when it came to birthdays. That particular day was my younger brother Jake's 9th birthday. Mom had gone all out with decorations, blue balloons taped to every doorway, a homemade chocolate cake with too much frosting, and those cheap paper plates with cartoon characters on them. The house was packed with family, a few of Jake's friends from school, and some neighbors. It was loud, the kind of noise that makes you want to find somewhere quiet just to hear yourself think. I was at that awkward age where I was too old to enjoy kids' games, but too young to hang with the adults talking about boring stuff like mortgage rates and the weather. After singing happy birthday and watching Jake blow out his candles, I grabbed a slice of cake and decided to find some peace. Everyone else was crowded in the living room and kitchen downstairs, so I headed up to the 2nd floor. I wasn't trying to be antisocial or anything. I just wanted to enjoy my cake without someone bumping into my elbow or asking me about school. Our staircase had this thick wooden banister that was perfect for sitting on. It was wide enough that I could balance my plate on it and still feel secure. From that spot, I could see down the upstairs hallway, past my bedroom and the bathroom, all the way to my sister's room at the end. Her door was cracked open maybe 3 or 4 inches. Not fully closed, but definitely not wide open either. My sister Emily was downstairs with everyone else. I'd just seen her helping Mum serve ice cream. Her room was barely used at that point since she was away at college most of the time. When she did come home for breaks, she slept on this air mattress pushed up against the far wall near the window. The room was pretty empty otherwise, just a dresser, a small desk, and a closet with sliding doors. Mum had been using it for storage, piling old Christmas decorations and winter clothes in boxes along one wall. So I'm sitting there, focused on getting every last bit of frosting off my plate, when movement at the end of the hall catches my eye. At first I think it's just the ceiling fan in Emily's room making the door move or something. But then I see it. This tall figure just speed walking past the doorway inside her room. It wasn't walking normally, it was moving fast, purposefully, like someone in a hurry. Just a quick glimpse through that narrow crack in the door, a dark silhouette against the lighter wall behind it. Tall, taller than my dad, who's 6'2". It moved from the right side of the doorway toward the left and then was gone. The whole sighting lasted maybe a second. My brain didn't process it right away. I remember sitting there frozen, fork halfway to my mouth, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. There was absolutely no one upstairs. Everyone was downstairs. I could still hear the party noise floating up from below, laughing, talking, the clinking of plates. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whatever I'd seen in my sister's room wasn't supposed to be there. It wasn't someone from the party. It wasn't anyone at all. I don't remember deciding to move. One second I was sitting on the banister, and the next I was airborne, jumping from the top of the stairs. It must have been a 10-foot drop at least. I should have broken an ankle or something, but I didn't feel a thing, just pure adrenaline. I landed hard on the floor at the bottom of the stairs, still clutching my plate, cake now splattered all over the carpet. My aunt noticed me first. "Marcus, what on earth are you doing jumping like that? You could have hurt yourself." I couldn't speak. My throat felt like it was closing up. I just stood there, staring back up the stairs, half expecting to see something coming down after me, but there was nothing. I stammered, but couldn't get the words out. How do you tell a room full of happy birthday party guests that you just saw something impossible, that there was something in our house that shouldn't be there? Mum came over and put her hand on my forehead, probably thinking I had a fever or something. "Are you feeling okay? Your face is white as a sheet." I mumbled something about not feeling well and slipped away to the kitchen. I spent the rest of the party trying to act normal, but I couldn't stop looking toward the stairs, wondering what was up there. I didn't go back upstairs until everyone had left, and my dad was with me. Later that night, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a heat mirage from the air vent. But our AC wasn't even running that day. Maybe it was the closet door sliding open. But I knew Emily's closet door was on the opposite wall, not visible from where I'd been sitting. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But I didn't imagine it. I saw something move across that doorway. Something tall. Something that walked like a person, but couldn't have been a person, because there was no one up there. What makes this even creepier is that it wasn't the first strange thing to happen in our house. We'd had a collection of weird experiences over the years. Mum's keys would disappear and turn up in places she never put them. Dad swore he heard someone calling his name when he was alone in the basement. My little brother refused to sleep in his own room for almost a year when he was 6, insisting that the shadow man stood in his doorway at night. I'd always believed in ghosts, even before this happened. It wasn't something I picked up from TV shows or movies. It was just something I knew deep down, like how you know the sky is blue or water is wet. Even my earliest memories include a sense that there are things in this world we can't explain. But seeing that figure walk across my sister's room, that was my first real, undeniable confirmation. We lived in that house for another 4 years before moving to a different state for my dad's job. During those years, I never sat on that banister again. I'd run past my sister's room, not wanting to look inside. At night, I'd lie awake listening for footsteps in the hallway, wondering if it was just the house settling or something else entirely. The worst part was that no one else saw it that day. Just me. I tried telling my sister about it a few weeks later, but she just laughed and said I was trying to scare her. My parents were a bit more understanding. They didn't dismiss me outright, but I could tell they thought it was just my imagination working overtime. But I know what I saw. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't the closet door. It was someone moving through a room where no living person was present. Even now, years later, sitting in my own apartment hundreds of miles away from that house in Pinewood, my heart starts racing when I think about it. That quick, purposeful walk, the unnatural height, the absolute certainty I felt in that moment that I was seeing something that shouldn't exist. Sometimes I wonder if whoever or whatever it was knew I could see it. Was it just going about its business, unaware it was being observed? Or did it deliberately walk past that crack in the door, knowing a 13-year-old boy with a plate of birthday cake would catch a glimpse. I don't have any answers. I've read about similar experiences online, trying to find some explanation, but nothing quite matches what I saw. All I know is that for that brief second, the boundary between whatever's here and whatever's elsewhere got thin enough for me to see through. The strangest thing is that I wasn't even that surprised when it happened. Terrified, yes, but not surprised, like some part of me had always been waiting to see proof of what I already believed. I've never gone back to that house in Pinewood. I don't know who lives there now, or if they've experienced anything strange. Part of me wants to know, but a bigger part of me is afraid to find out. I still catch myself avoiding partially open doors, especially in quiet hallways. I don't sit with my back to doorways anymore, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment late at night, I get the feeling I'm being watched. That same crawling sensation on the back of my neck that I felt seconds before I saw the figure in my sister's room. Maybe one day I'll understand what I saw at that birthday party. Until then, I just live with the knowledge that sometimes, when no one's supposed to be there, something still is. Story 10. Ashu, I never really believed in ghosts. Even as a kid, I thought all those ghost stories were just made up to scare people. That changed when my family moved into our house in Clearview back in 2010. We were only the second people to ever live there. The previous owners had built it in 2004 and moved out for a job relocation or something. Nothing special about the place, really. 2 stories, nice neighborhood, good school district, just your average suburban home. The weird stuff started about 3 months after we moved in. Small things at first, so small I thought I was imagining it. The TV in my room would be on when I woke up, even though I distinctly remembered turning it off. My alarm clock would rotate itself during the night to face my bed instead of the wall where I kept it. I'd feel this weird sensation like someone was watching me from the hallway. But the thing that really freaked me out were the touches. I'd be lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I'd feel what seemed like fingers, gentle, almost caring, stroking my hair. The first few times it happened, I shot up in bed and turned on my light, heart pounding. Nothing there. After it happened a few more times, I started sleeping with my blanket pulled over my head. We lived in that house for about 3 years before my dad got transferred across the country for work. We rented the place out instead of selling it, and I honestly forgot about all the weird experiences. I chalked it up to an overactive teenage imagination, or maybe even sleep paralysis. Fast forward to 2021. My dad got transferred back, and we moved into our old house again after the tenants moved out. I was 22 by then, in my last year of college, living at home to save money. I figured whatever weird stuff I thought I experienced as a teenager was long gone. I was wrong. It started up again almost immediately. Actually, it was worse this time around. My bedroom was upstairs, at the end of the hallway past this open loft area that overlooked the living room below. The loft was just this weird, empty space the builders had created. My mum had put a small desk and a bookshelf there, but nobody really used it. The first night back, I woke up around 3 a.m. to get some water. As I walked past the loft area, I saw something that made me freeze in place. There was a tall, dark figure standing by the railing. Not like a person, more like a shadow, but somehow denser and more solid than a shadow should be. It was just watching me. No features, no face that I could see, just this black silhouette. I blinked, and it was gone. I convinced myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. A few nights later, I was up late working on a project for school. I had this old squeaky office chair in my room. Around 2 a.m., my mom knocked on my door looking annoyed. "Jeremy, can you please stop rolling around in that chair? I can hear it squeaking all the way in our bedroom." The thing is, I hadn't moved from my chair in over an hour. I was sitting completely still, focused on my laptop. When I told her this, she looked confused. then a little scared. She said she'd distinctly heard my chair rolling back and forth, squeaking repeatedly for at least 5 minutes. The next morning, she tried to play it off as her being half asleep and hearing things, but I could tell she was unsettled. Then came the door incident. My bedroom door had this issue where it would get stuck. The wood had expanded slightly, so it always needed a good push to open or close completely. I'd gotten used to it. One night I woke up suddenly to this sound. It's hard to describe, but it was like a growl, but not from an animal. It was deeper, more guttural, almost demonic. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or even reach for the light. After what felt like forever, I managed to pull my blanket over my head and eventually fell back into a restless sleep. When I woke up the next morning, my bedroom door was partially open. Not wide open, just ajar by a few inches. This door that always needed a firm push to open was somehow open on its own. I asked everyone in the family if they'd come into my room during the night. Everyone denied it. My younger brother started complaining about his room too. He said he kept feeling cold spots, even when the heat was on. And he'd sometimes wake up to see a dark shape standing in his doorway. My parents brushed it off as nightmares. Then my cousins came to visit for a weekend. They stayed in the guest room, which was also upstairs. The morning after their first night, my cousin Jake asked me, "Who was that tall guy standing in the loft last night?" My blood ran cold. "What guy?" I got up to use the bathroom around midnight, and there was this really tall dude just standing there in that open area by the railing. I thought maybe it was your dad, but this guy was way taller. I said, "Excuse me," but he didn't move or say anything, so I just went back to bed. I didn't tell him there was no tall guy living with us. I didn't want to freak him out. But now I knew for sure I wasn't imagining things. The loft area seemed to be the center of all the activity. That's where I'd see the figure most often. Sometimes it was that solid black mass. Other times it was more like a wispy, transparent darkness. It never did anything threatening. It just watched. But the feeling of being watched was intense and uncomfortable. It made me feel unwelcome in my own home. One night, I was coming up the stairs and spotted it again in the loft. This time, I decided to confront it. I was tired of being scared in my own house. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. No response, of course, but I swear it seemed to grow taller, stretching up toward the ceiling. Then it just dissolved. Not like it walked away or disappeared in a flash. It kind of faded out from the bottom up, like ink being pulled upward through water. After that encounter, things escalated. Items in the loft area would move, not dramatically, but noticeably. A book that was on the desk would be on the floor the next morning. The small decorative rug would be bunched up at one end, as if someone had kicked it. My mom started avoiding going upstairs unless absolutely necessary. She never said why, but I could tell the space made her uneasy. My dad, always the skeptic, still insisted it was all in our heads, or just the house settling. But then we had a housewarming party about 2 months after moving back in. One of my parents' friends brought their daughter, Sarah, who was around my age. During the party, she needed to use the bathroom, so I directed her to the one upstairs. A few minutes later, she came back down, looking pale. "You okay?" I asked her. "Yeah, just, is your house haunted or something?" she said with a nervous laugh. My stomach dropped. "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. It's stupid. But when I was walking back from the bathroom, I felt like someone was watching me from that open area upstairs. And it got really cold, like walking through a freezer. Plus, I could have sworn I saw someone standing there. But when I looked directly, there was nothing. After that, I started doing research. I looked up the history of the land before our house was built, thinking maybe there was a cemetery or something. Nothing. Just regular farmland for generations before the subdivision was developed. I even reached out to the original owners, found them on Facebook. They were surprised by my questions and said they never experienced anything unusual during their time there. The most intense incident happened about 6 months after we moved back in. It was a Tuesday night, nothing special about the day. Everyone was home. My dad and brother were watching TV downstairs, my mom was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner, and I was in my room working on a paper. Suddenly, there was this thud, so loud the whole house seemed to shake. It clearly came from the loft area. My dad shouted, "What the hell was that?" and ran upstairs. I came out of my room, and we both stood there staring at the loft. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing had fallen. There was no explanation for the noise, which had sounded like someone dropping a heavy piece of furniture from ceiling height. While we were standing there confused, the temperature in the hallway dropped dramatically. I could see my breath form little clouds in the air. My dad felt it too. I could tell by the way his expression changed. This was the first time he'd experienced something he couldn't explain away. "Maybe it was something outside," he muttered. But we both knew it wasn't. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept staring at my partially open door. I had started leaving it open a crack, thinking irrationally that a closed door would somehow trap me with whatever was in my room. Around 2 a.m., I saw a shadow pass by in the hallway, moving from the direction of the loft toward my parents' room. The next morning, my mom mentioned having a nightmare about someone standing over her bed. She laughed it off, but I could see the worry in her eyes. The strange thing is, despite all this, I never felt like whatever was in our house wanted to harm us. It felt territorial, yes, annoyed by our presence maybe, but not malevolent. It seemed particularly focused on the loft area, as if that was its space, and we were the intruders. I took to calling it the Loft Guardian in my head. Not a friendly guardian exactly, but not a demon or anything like that either. Just an entity that considered that specific space its domain. Over time, we all just sort of adapted. My brother and I would acknowledge when we saw it. "Did you see the Guardian last night?" "Yeah, around 1 a.m. It was by your door this time." My mom still wouldn't talk about it directly, but she'd make comments like, "The upstairs feels heavy today," or "Maybe we should put a light in the loft." My dad remained the most skeptical, but even he stopped dismissing our experiences. He just didn't want to discuss it. The breaking point for me came just last week. I was home alone, everyone else was out at a movie. I'd stayed behind to finish a project. I was sitting at my desk when my bedroom door slammed shut with such force that pictures fell off my wall. Then my chair, that same squeaky office chair, spun around with me in it to face the door. I sat there, heart hammering in my chest, staring at the closed door. Then the doorknob began to turn, slowly. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The door opened just a few inches. There was nothing visible there, but I felt a presence, stronger than ever before. The air in my doorway seemed to shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Then I heard it, not out loud, but somehow inside my head. My space. It wasn't a voice, exactly. More like an impression of words, a concept being forced into my mind. The message was clear. The loft wasn't the only territory it claimed. My room was now included. I grabbed my keys and ran. I didn't come back until my family returned home. I haven't told them about this latest incident. I'm not sure what to do. Moving isn't an option right now with my parents' jobs and my school situation. So here I am, still living in this house with whatever the Loft Guardian is. Still feeling its presence, still seeing it watching from the shadows, still pretending to my friends that everything's normal when they come over, even as I notice them getting uncomfortable in certain areas of the house. Just last night, I woke up to find my alarm clock, which I now keep on my nightstand facing away from me, turned around again to face my bed. And as I reached to turn it back, I felt those same gentle fingers stroke through my hair. I don't know what it wants or why it's here. I don't know if it was here all along or if it somehow followed us back when we returned. All I know is that it's real, it's aware, and it considers parts of our house its territory. And no matter how many times I tell myself I'm just imagining things, I know deep down that I'm not. Because right now, as I'm typing this, I can feel it standing behind me, watching over my shoulder. The room has gone cold, and I know that when I turn around I'll see nothing there, but that doesn't mean nothing is there. Story 11. I think I've made a really big mistake, and I need to get this off my chest. I've tried to rationalize it away for 5 years, but after what happened yesterday, I just can't anymore. This is about my daughter Haley and her friend Mackie. It started when Haley was barely 2 years old. We were living in a small apartment in New Brunswick at the time, just me and her. Her dad wasn't in the picture, and we were making it work, even though money was always tight. The apartment was nothing special. 2 bedrooms, a cramped kitchen, and walls thin enough that I could hear the neighbors arguing about their cable bill most nights. One morning I was making breakfast when I noticed Haley sitting in the corner of the living room, having what seemed like a full conversation. This wasn't unusual for toddlers, imaginary friends and all that, but something about the way she was nodding and responding so specifically made me pause. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" I asked, expecting her to say something cute like my teddy or make up a name. "Mackie," she said matter-of-factly, not even looking up at me. She continued her conversation in that half-formed toddler language that only made partial sense. I remember smiling, thinking it was adorable. I even played along, asking, "And who is Mackie?" Haley looked at me like I was stupid. "He's 4, she said, holding up 4 pudgy fingers. "He has bobos," she pointed to her own arms, "and sick coming out." A chill ran through me, but I brushed it off. Kids say weird stuff all the time, right? Maybe she'd seen something on TV when I wasn't paying attention, but we didn't watch much TV, and certainly nothing scary. For a few weeks, Mackie was just a name Haley mentioned occasionally, but then the nightmares started. She'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night. When I'd rush to her room, she'd be sitting up in bed, tears streaming down her face, pointing at the empty corner of her room. "Make him stop singing, Mommy. Make him stop. It's scary." I'd hold her, rock her back to sleep, and tell myself it was just normal kid stuff. But deep down, something felt wrong. The way she'd stare at that same corner of her room, the way her little body would tremble. It wasn't like any nightmare I'd seen before. Then came the morning. I found her pressed against the wall in the hallway, her ear against the faded wallpaper. "What are you doing, Haley?" I asked. "Listening to Mackie," she whispered. "He's crawling in the walls." My blood ran cold. I picked her up and took her to the kitchen, trying to distract her with breakfast. But as I poured her cereal, my hands were shaking so badly I spilled milk all over the counter. That night, after I put Haley to bed, I sat in the living room with all the lights on, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Kids have active imaginations. It was nothing. Then I heard it, a soft thump inside the wall, like something small moving around. Probably mice, I told myself. But then it moved upward in a way that didn't make sense for a rodent. It moved slowly, deliberately, like someone climbing. I got up and pressed my ear against the wall, just like Haley had done. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then I heard what sounded like a child's giggle, muffled, distant, but unmistakable. I jumped back so fast I knocked over a lamp. The next week was a blur of sleepless nights. Haley talked to Mackie more and more. She'd describe him in ways that made my skin crawl, how his arms were all red and drippy, how sometimes he'd go inside the mirror to visit his family. I started researching child psychology, convinced there must be some explanation. Maybe she was processing something traumatic I didn't know about. Maybe this was just an extreme form of an imaginary friend. Then one night, everything changed. It was around 3 a.m. I woke up with that feeling, you know the one, where you're absolutely certain someone is watching you. The room was dark, but there was enough light from the street lamp outside that I could make out the furniture. And there, in the corner by my dresser, was a shadow. Darker than the rest of the darkness. It was small, child-sized, but something about it was wrong. The proportions weren't quite right. And it was wearing what looked like a small cowboy hat, a black silhouette against the slightly lighter wall behind it. I froze, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. My eyes were fixed on that shadow, and I swear to God it moved, just slightly, a kind of tilt of that small hat, like it was acknowledging that I could see it. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off, and sunlight was streaming through the window. I ran to Haley's room, half expecting, I don't know what. But she was fine, sitting up in bed, talking animatedly to the empty air beside her. "Mackie says you saw him last night," she said cheerfully when she noticed me in the doorway. "He thinks you're pretty." I called in sick to work that day. While Haley was napping, I went to our downstairs neighbor, an older Native American woman named Marla, who had always been kind to us. I didn't know her well, but something told me she might understand. I broke down crying as I told her about Mackie, the singing, the walls, and especially about what I'd seen the night before. I expected her to think I was crazy or on drugs. Instead, she nodded grimly and said, "Some spirits attach themselves to children. They can see them easier than we can." Marla came up to our apartment that afternoon. She brought sage, cedar, and some other herbs I didn't recognize. She performed what she called a smudging, walking through every room, paying special attention to corners and mirrors. She spoke softly in a language I didn't understand. Haley watched the whole thing with big eyes, occasionally looking at Mackie as if checking his reaction. When Marla finished, she pulled me aside. "I've cleared the space for now," she said. "But whatever this is, it's attached to your daughter, not the apartment. If it wants to come back, it will." That night was peaceful. For the first time in weeks, Haley slept through the night. The next morning, she didn't mention Mackie. For a few blessed days, I thought maybe it was over. But a week later, she started again. This time, she said Mackie was sad because his smoke had gone away, but he was finding new smoke to wear. I couldn't afford to move immediately, but I started looking. 3 months later, we relocated to another apartment across town. It was a stretch financially, but I would have lived in my car if it meant getting away from that place. The new apartment seemed better at first. Haley still mentioned Mackie occasionally, but less urgently, less frequently. I started to relax, thinking maybe Marla's ritual had weakened whatever connection existed. Then Haley turned 3, and she developed a new habit that chilled me to the bone. Our bathroom had an old medicine cabinet with a 3-panel mirror. I'd catch Haley standing on her step stool, having animated conversations with her reflection, or rather, with someone she believed was in the mirror. "These are my new friends," she told me when I asked. "They live in the mirror world." "Is Mackie there too?" I asked cautiously. She shook her head. "Mackie doesn't like mirrors anymore, but he told these friends about me." One day, I overheard her telling these mirror friends that she was going to have a baby sister soon. "Mommy doesn't know yet," she whispered to the mirror, "but there's already a baby in her tummy." I wasn't dating anyone, hadn't been with anyone since before Haley was born. But a week later, after feeling sick every morning, I took a pregnancy test. It was positive. I still can't explain it. The doctor confirmed I was about 5 weeks along. I have no memory of anything that could have led to this pregnancy. It was as if something had happened to me that I couldn't remember. I was terrified, considered terminating, but ultimately decided to keep the baby. 9 months later, my second daughter, Emma, was born. She was perfect, healthy, normal in every way. DNA tests confirmed she was biologically mine, but the father's identity remained a mystery since I had no one to compare it to. By then, we had moved again, this time much further away. I'd taken a job in Devon, in a completely different province. It was a fresh start in a small townhouse with a yard for the girls. Haley was almost 4 by then and talked less about Mackie and her mirror friends. I told myself that phase of our lives was behind us. I was wrong. It started with singing. Emma was about 6 months old when I first heard it, a woman's voice, soft and distant, singing, "You are my sunshine." I assumed it was a neighbor, though it always seemed to come from inside our house. Emma would coo and giggle at the singing, her eyes tracking something I couldn't see. Then Haley started complaining that someone was whispering in her ear at night. "They tell me secrets about you, Mommy," she said. "They say you have secrets too." I installed a baby monitor in both girls' rooms. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I'd hear faint whispering through the monitor. Too quiet to make out words, but definitely a voice. When I'd rush to their rooms, the whispering would stop and both girls would be sound asleep. But the most terrifying incident happened just last year. I was at work, and my neighbor was watching the girls. I called during my lunch break to check in, and the sitter assured me everything was fine. 20 minutes later, my phone rang again. "Mommy?" It was Haley's voice, shaking, terrified. "Mommy, please come home. There's someone in my closet. Please, Mommy, I'm scared." I told her to get the sitter and that I'd be right there. I called the sitter's phone as I raced to my car, but she didn't answer. The entire 15-minute drive home, I was in a panic. When I burst through the front door, the sitter looked at me in surprise. "Everything okay?" she asked. Haley and Emma were sitting on the floor playing with blocks. "Haley called me," I said, breathless. "She said there was someone in her closet." The sitter frowned. "That's impossible. The girls have been with me the whole time, and my phone's been in my pocket." I checked my call history. There it was. A call from my home phone, 17 minutes long, but the home phone was on its base, untouched. When I asked Haley about it, she looked confused. "I didn't call you, Mommy. I was playing with Emma." Whatever had called me had perfectly mimicked my daughter's voice, had known exactly what to say to terrify me, had known I would come running, which brings me to yesterday. We got a dog a few months ago, a German Shepherd mix named Max. He's been a comforting presence, always alert, always protective of the girls. Yesterday afternoon the girls were napping and I was folding laundry in the living room. Max was with me, dozing on the carpet. Suddenly he sat up, ears perked, his gaze fixed on the hallway mirror. A low growl built in his throat. I followed his line of sight. The mirror showed the empty hallway behind me, nothing unusual. But Max's growl intensified. He stood up, hackles raised, still staring at that same spot in the mirror. Then he started barking, not his usual alert bark, but something desperate, alarmed. He backed away from the mirror, still facing it, like he was confronting something dangerous. I couldn't see anything, but the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. The mirror fogged slightly, like someone had breathed on it. And there, forming in the condensation, was a childish handprint. Too small to be mine, too large to belong to either of my girls, who were still asleep in their rooms. Max's barking became frantic. He looked at me, then back at the mirror, as if begging me to understand what he was seeing. The handprint on the mirror began to slide downward, like someone was dragging their hand down the glass. Then I heard it, a whisper right beside my ear. "We've been waiting for you to see us too, Charlotte." Max lunged at the mirror, barking wildly. The glass cracked, not from Max hitting it, because he was still several feet away, but from the center outward, like something had pushed from the other side. I grabbed Max's collar and ran to the girls' room. They were both awake now, startled by the barking. As I gathered them up, Haley looked over my shoulder toward the hallway and smiled. "Mackie got taller," she said, "and he's not alone anymore. We're staying at a hotel right now. I don't know what to do or where to go. This thing, whatever it is, has followed us across provinces, through 3 different homes. It knows my daughters. It might have even... I can't even bring myself to consider how Emma might have been conceived. All I know is that whatever attached itself to Haley when she was 2 hasn't gone away. It's been watching, waiting, gathering strength, and now, for some reason, it wants me to know it's there. Max won't stop staring at the bathroom mirror in our hotel room." Story 12. I've never told this story outside of my immediate family before. Even now, typing this out, my hands are getting clammy and I keep glancing over my shoulder. What happened that night when I was 11, almost 12, has haunted me for decades. I've researched, theorized, and tried to rationalize it away, but I've never found a satisfactory explanation. Growing up in Brookhaven in the early 90s was pretty normal for the most part. We lived in a 5th-floor apartment in one of those older brick buildings with the creaky elevators and perpetually dusty hallways. My mum worked at the local university's administrative office, which is how we ended up hosting Professor Morris for a night. The professor needed temporary accommodation while some plumbing issues at his place were being fixed. My mum volunteered our spare bed, the one in my room that we normally used for when my cousins visited. I remember being both excited and intimidated by the idea of sharing my space with this stranger who apparently knew everything about ancient Mesopotamian artifacts or something equally boring to my preteen brain. Professor Morris arrived around dinner time. He was older than I expected, maybe in his mid-60s, with wispy grey hair that seemed to float around his head like a cloud. He wore thick glasses and spoke in this quiet, measured way that made you lean in to hear him. Nothing about him seemed particularly weird at first, just academic and a bit distracted. He brought me a small gift, a replica of some ancient amulet that he said would ward off evil spirits. I thought it was lame at the time. I was hoping for a video game or something, but I politely thanked him and put it on my desk. Looking back, that detail feels significant somehow, though I'm still not sure why. My mum made her special lasagna for dinner, and the professor told us about his research. I zoned out mostly, playing with my food and thinking about the math test I had later that week. After dinner, he asked to use our landline to make a call. I remember him speaking in a language I didn't recognize, not Spanish or French that we learned at school. His voice changed when he spoke it, becoming deeper and more rhythmic. Bedtime came around 9:30 for me on school nights. The professor said he'd come to bed later, as he had some papers to review. I fell asleep quickly as usual, with my cat, Smokey, curled up at the foot of my bed. Then came 3 a.m. I woke suddenly, heart pounding in my chest. A scream, high-pitched and agonizing, was coming from somewhere near my window. I sat up, disoriented and terrified. The sound was so loud it seemed impossible that it wasn't waking everyone in the building, maybe even the whole block. The screaming lasted for what felt like minutes, but was probably only about 30 seconds before abruptly cutting off. In the silence that followed, I noticed 2 things. Professor Morris was in the spare bed across the room, apparently sound asleep, and Smokey was standing frozen in the doorway, his eyes wide and fixed on a spot above my head. I tried to speak, to call out to the professor, but my voice caught in my throat. The room felt different, colder and somehow pressurized, like when you dive too deep in a swimming pool and your ears start to hurt. Just as I was working up the courage to get out of bed, the screaming started again. It wasn't coming from outside my window as I first thought. It was coming from inside my room, from an empty space above my bed. The sound was indescribable. Not quite human, not quite animal. It had this quality that made my teeth ache and my skin crawl, like someone was being tortured, but also like they were the one doing the torturing. Smokey bolted from the room, and I wanted desperately to follow him, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with a fear so complete that even breathing seemed difficult. Professor Morris didn't stir, not a twitch, not a change in his breathing pattern. He just lay there, perfectly still under the blankets, while this unholy noise filled the room. I stared at his form in the dim light from my window, wondering how anyone could sleep through this, unless he wasn't asleep at all. The screaming stopped again, and in that moment of silence I managed to squeak out, "Professor Morris!" No response. This pattern continued throughout the night. Periods of that terrible screaming, followed by stretches of silence that were almost worse because of the anticipation. Each time the screaming started again, Smokey would cautiously return to the doorway, stare at that same spot above my bed with his fur standing on end, and then race away when the sound became unbearable. I tracked the time on my digital alarm clock, watching the red numbers change with excruciating slowness. 3:47, 4:22, 5:09, almost 3 hours of this torture. During one of the quiet periods, I gathered all my courage and slipped out of bed. My plan was to run to my mom's room, but as I reached my bedroom door, the screaming erupted again, louder than before and with a new quality to it, like multiple voices layered on top of each other. I froze in the doorway, then slowly turned back to look at Professor Morris. In the glow from the streetlights outside, I could see his eyes were open, reflecting light like a cat's. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the same spot above my bed that had fascinated Smokey. His lips were moving, but no sound came out, or maybe his words were drowned out by the screaming. I don't remember making a conscious decision, but suddenly I was back in my bed, covers pulled up to my chin, eyes squeezed shut so tightly that colorful patterns bloomed in the darkness. I started humming to myself, some stupid Ninja Turtles theme song, trying to block out the noise, but it was useless. The screaming seemed to bypass my ears entirely and resonate directly in my brain. Around 6 a.m., as the first hints of dawn appeared, the screaming finally stopped for good. The sudden silence was so profound that I opened my eyes, half expecting to see something horrific hovering above me. There was nothing. Professor Morris was asleep, or pretending to be. His glasses were neatly folded on the nightstand, his breathing regular. I lay there, exhausted but too afraid to sleep, until my alarm went off at 7. At breakfast, the professor was perfectly pleasant, thanking my mum for her hospitality as he sipped his coffee. I couldn't eat, couldn't speak. I kept staring at him, waiting for some acknowledgement of what had happened, but he never gave any indication that anything was amiss. When he asked me how I slept, I remember mumbling "fine" while avoiding his eyes. Something about looking directly at him made me feel sick that morning. My mum commented that I looked pale and asked if I was feeling okay. The professor suggested I might be coming down with something and advised plenty of fluids and rest. After he left for the university with my mom, I stayed home sick. As soon as they were gone, I went around to our neighbors, knocking on doors and asking if they'd heard any strange noises during the night. Mrs. Abernathy from 5B thought I was playing a prank. Mr. Gonzalez from 5D was concerned and asked if I needed help. No one had heard a thing. I spent the day researching in our family's encyclopedia set and later at the public library after school. I looked up every nocturnal animal that might make unusual sounds. Foxes, bats, owls, even exotic pets that might have escaped. Nothing matched what I'd heard. When I tried describing the sound to the librarian, an older woman who'd always been kind to me, her expression changed. She asked very specific questions about the professor. His full name, his field of study, whether he'd given me anything. When I mentioned the amulet, she asked to see it. I promised to bring it next time, but when I got home, the amulet was gone from my desk. Professor Morris never stayed with us again. My mom mentioned occasionally running into him at the university, but he always seemed to be in a hurry. About 6 months later, she came home and told me he'd accepted a position at some university overseas. I pretended not to care, but secretly I was relieved. For weeks after that night, Smokey refused to enter my room. He'd sit in the hallway, staring in with those big yellow eyes, but wouldn't cross the threshold even for his favorite treats. Eventually, he started coming in again, but he never slept on my bed after that night. Never. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened. Was it some kind of waking nightmare? A hallucination brought on by something I ate, or some weird developmental phase? But Smokey heard it too. Smokey saw something. Sometimes I wonder if the professor conducted some kind of experiment that night, using me as an unwitting subject. His research interests were never entirely clear to me. My mom just said he studied ancient cultures, but what if he was investigating something darker, something supernatural? I've never experienced anything like it since, thank God, but to this day I sleep with music playing through headphones. I can't stand complete silence at night. I'm afraid of what I might hear in those quiet hours between 3 and 6 a.m. The amulet still bothers me. Where did it go? Did the professor take it back before he left? Why would the librarian ask about it so specifically? I've looked into local history, wondering if some tragedy occurred in our building that might explain the phenomenon. I've researched paranormal explanations, cultural myths about night terrors, even rare auditory disorders. Nothing fits perfectly. All I know for certain is what I experienced. Hours of inhuman screaming that only my cat and I could hear, while a strange professor lay unmoving across the room. Sometimes, just before falling asleep, I'll catch myself straining to hear if it's starting again. And in those moments I swear I can feel something watching me from that same spot above my bed. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any theories about what might have happened that night, please share. After all these years, I still need answers. The not knowing is almost as bad as the screaming was. Story 13. I still can't believe this happened to me. It's been years now, but I get goosebumps every time I think about it. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family until now, but I need to get it off my chest. This all went down between 1996 and 1999 when I was living with my mom in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Our apartment was right by this super busy intersection in a middle-class neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a normal place with lots of traffic day and night. I was taking night classes at the university back then, studying journalism, which meant I'd usually get home around 11:30 p.m. most weeknights. My routine was pretty much the same every night. I'd unlock our apartment door, drop my backpack by the couch, and head to the kitchen where my mom would usually be waiting up for me. She was always worried about me traveling alone that late, even though I kept telling her I was fine. We'd sit at our small kitchen table with some tea or coffee and chat about our day before heading to bed. The first time it happened was maybe a month after I started my night classes. Mom and I were having our usual late-night chat when we heard it. The distinct sound of a bus engine approaching the intersection, which wasn't unusual by itself. But then we heard children's voices. Lots of them. They sounded excited, like kids on a field trip, laughing and talking over each other. I remember looking at the clock on our wall. It was exactly midnight. I remember saying to my mom, "Who takes kids out at midnight on a school bus?" She just shrugged and said, maybe it was a private school coming back from some special event. It seemed weird, but I didn't think much more about it. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always at midnight, always the same sounds. A bus engine followed by the excited voices of what sounded like elementary school kids. Some nights were louder than others, but it was always around the same time. After about 2 weeks of this, it started to freak me out. Who would regularly transport a bunch of children at midnight? And why did it sound exactly the same every time? The pitch of their voices, the pattern of the noise, it was like someone was playing a recording. One night in particular stands out. It was raining heavily, and I got home later than usual, around 11:50 p.m. I was soaking wet and irritable, and Mom had already made me some hot chocolate to warm up. As we sat there, I was telling her about this difficult professor I had when the clock hit midnight. Right on cue, we heard the bus and the children, but this time I swear I heard a brief screeching sound before the children's voices, like tires on wet pavement. I remember the hair on my arms standing up. My mom and I looked at each other, and I could tell she heard it too. "This is getting weird, Mom," I said. "It's the exact same sounds at the exact same time every night." She tried to rationalize it, saying maybe it was a theater group that rehearsed late and had a lot of young members, or maybe a youth sports team that practiced in the evenings. But even she didn't sound convinced. After about 3 months of this, it was driving me crazy. I started timing it. The bus sound and children's voices would last exactly 47 seconds before fading away. Not 46, not 48, always 47 seconds. It was too precise to be a coincidence. My mom suggested we ask the neighbors if they knew anything about it. The building right next to ours housed an elderly Japanese couple who had lived there for decades. The next day, Mom invited them over for coffee. The Tanaka couple was really sweet, in their 70s, and had been in Brazil since they were young. After some small talk, my mum casually brought up the midnight bus with children. I'll never forget Mr. Tanaka's face when she mentioned it. He went completely pale, and Mrs. Tanaka immediately looked down at her coffee cup. There was this heavy silence that made my stomach drop. "You hear it too?" Mr. Tanaka finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Mom and I nodded, and I felt this cold sensation creeping up my spine. Mr. Tanaka cleared his throat and looked at his wife, who gave him a small nod. Then he told us what happened. 4 years earlier, in 1992, there had been a terrible accident at our intersection. It was during one of those bus driver strikes that happened a lot in São Paulo back then. You know how it goes. When the regular buses don't run, all these illegal vans and makeshift buses pop up to transport people for profit. This particular night, one of these illegal buses was carrying passengers from the outskirts of the city to the center. Mr. Tanaka said the driver was known in the area for using drugs while working to stay awake during long shifts. The bus was overcrowded, way beyond capacity, and there were several children on board, coming back from some community center event with their parents. At exactly midnight, the driver ran the red light at our intersection. A truck coming from the perpendicular street couldn't stop in time and slammed into the side of the bus where most of the children were seated. 6 people died that night. 4 of them were children between 7 and 12 years old. I remember feeling sick as he told us this. Mrs. Tanaka was crying silently now, and she explained that their grandson had been friends with one of the children who died. They'd heard the crash from their apartment, and Mr. Tanaka had been one of the first people on the scene. "We hear it too," Mrs. Tanaka said softly, "every night at midnight. The bus that never arrived." I got chills all over my body. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The sounds we'd been hearing for months were some kind of echo of that tragic accident. "Why didn't you tell us when we moved in?" my mom asked, her voice shaking a little. Mr. Tanaka looked embarrassed. "We didn't want to scare you, and we thought maybe you wouldn't hear it. Not everyone does. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those children and that bus. Were we hearing some kind of replay of the moments before the crash? Or was it the souls of those who died, somehow trapped in that moment?" The next day I went to the university library and looked through newspaper archives from February 1992. It took hours, but I finally found it, a small article about the accident. It had happened on February 17th, 1992, at 12:01 a.m. The article mentioned 6 fatalities, including 4 children who had been at a community theatre rehearsal. There was even a grainy photo of the wrecked bus. What really got to me was a quote from a survivor who said the children had been excited about their performance and were singing and laughing just before the crash. My blood ran cold when I read that. That night, as midnight approached, Mom and I sat in silence in our kitchen waiting. The clock struck 12, and there it was, the sound of the bus engine, followed by the children's voices. But this time, knowing what we knew, it was unbearable. I could hear the individual voices more clearly. A girl's high-pitched laugh, a boy shouting something excitedly, the murmur of adult voices trying to quiet them down. Then, that slight screeching sound, and 47 seconds later, silence. I looked at my mom and saw tears streaming down her face. I was crying too. We tried everything after that. We played loud music at midnight. We stayed out late. We even tried to record the sounds once, but nothing showed up on the tape, just static. The strangest night was about 6 months after we learned the truth. I got home early and was alone in the apartment. As midnight approached, I felt drawn to the window overlooking the intersection. I stood there waiting, and right at 12:06 I heard the bus engine. But this time, I actually saw something. A faint, misty outline of what looked like a bus approaching the intersection. It was transparent, like fog shaped into a vehicle. I could make out lights and what seemed like movement inside. As it reached the center of the intersection, the mist dispersed and the sounds stopped. I staggered back from the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I couldn't move for what felt like hours, just stood there, frozen in fear and disbelief. When my mum got home and I told her what I saw, she believed me immediately. She said she'd been feeling a heaviness in our apartment lately, like we were being watched. We moved out 3 months later. We couldn't take it anymore. The knowing, the waiting, the sounds every night at midnight. It was affecting our sleep, our mental health, everything. Before we left, I did more research and found out that in the years since the accident, there had been numerous reports of strange phenomena at that intersection. Taxi drivers refused to stop there at midnight. Pedestrians reported hearing children's voices when no one was around. One family who moved into our building after us only stayed for 2 weeks before leaving abruptly. It's been over 20 years now, and I still think about those sounds, those children. I've tried to rationalize it in a million ways. Acoustics from another location carrying sounds to our window, some kind of mass hallucination, anything to make sense of it. But deep down, I know what I heard and what I saw. That intersection somehow captured the energy, the essence of that moment before tragedy struck. Those children, excited and full of life, forever traveling toward a destination they'll never reach. I've driven past that intersection a few times over the years, always during daylight. I can't bring myself to be anywhere near it at midnight. Sometimes I wonder if the sounds are still there, if new residents hear that phantom bus and those ghostly voices. Some things just can't be explained. Some energies are too powerful to ever fully dissipate. And some moments, especially tragic ones, seem to get stuck in a loop, replaying for those who are sensitive enough to perceive them. I don't know why my mum and I were able to hear it so clearly when others in our building apparently couldn't. Maybe some people are more receptive to these things. Maybe we were meant to hear it, to remember those children. All I know is that every night, at exactly midnight, for nearly 3 years of my life, I heard a bus and the voices of children who had died 4 years earlier, and no one can convince me it wasn't real. I still check the clock when it's midnight, no matter where I am, and for a split second, I strain my ears, half expecting to hear those sounds again. So far, I never have, but sometimes, just sometimes, I feel a cool breeze pass by me at exactly midnight, even when I'm indoors and there's no window open. And I wonder if they're still there, still trying to reach out, still making that eternal journey through the night. Story 14. I've been holding this inside for almost 20 years now. I need to get it out. Writing this makes my hands shake, but I've reached a point where keeping it bottled up hurts more than sharing it. I worked as a manager at a language school in Riverdale from 1998 to 2004. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills, and I genuinely enjoyed the work environment. The staff was like family. We celebrated birthdays together, shared meals, and supported each other through life's ups and downs. When I first started there, the heart and soul of our little community was Susanna, our secretary. God, it's still hard to describe her without sounding like I'm exaggerating. She wasn't conventionally beautiful in that model-perfect way, but she had this presence. When she walked into a room, people noticed. Not because she was loud or attention-seeking, quite the opposite. She had this gentle way about her that drew you in. Her smile could light up the darkest day. Students adored her. Teachers respected her. Even the grumpiest parents would soften around her. Susanna remembered everyone's names, their kids' names, their pets' names. She kept a little notebook where she'd jot down personal details about everyone who passed through our doors. If your dog was sick last month, she'd ask how it was doing when you came back. That kind of genuine care is rare. We became close friends pretty quickly. She'd often stay late to help me finish paperwork, and we'd grab dinner afterward. I knew about her family troubles, her dreams of traveling to Italy someday, her weird obsession with 80s power ballads. Normal friend stuff. Things changed around 2001. Susanna started dating this guy. Mike or Mark, I can't remember exactly. He seemed decent enough at first, but within months we all noticed the change in her. The spark dimmed. She lost weight, started calling in sick, and when she did come to work, she'd wear long sleeves even in summer. I tried talking to her about it a few times. She'd just give me that smile, a shadow of its former brightness, and say everything was fine. Classic deflection. We later found out he'd gotten her hooked on something. Pills first, then harder stuff. The end came suddenly in early 2002. A drug overdose. Whether it was accidental or... Well, the police never gave us a definitive answer. The funeral was packed. Students, teachers, parents, even folks who'd graduated years before. That's how deeply she touched people's lives. We hired a new secretary. Life went on, but the school never felt the same. Like someone had drained all the color from the place. Then the weird stuff started happening. At first, it was small things. Items moved from where we'd left them. The coffee machine turning on by itself. The radio in the teacher's lounge changing stations randomly. Typical stuff you could explain away. Old building, faulty wiring, forgetful colleagues. But then the night secretaries started complaining. We ran evening classes until 10 p.m., so we always had someone at the front desk until closing. 4 different secretaries, over the span of about 6 months, reported feeling watched when they took their dinner breaks in the staff kitchen. Claudia, this older Brazilian woman who'd seen it all and feared nothing, quit after only 2 weeks. Said she couldn't handle the energy in that kitchen after dark. Marianne refused to go in there alone after 7 p.m. Rachel claimed she heard someone whisper her name while she was microwaving her dinner, even though she was completely alone in that part of the building. I didn't put much stock in these stories. People get spooked in old buildings at night. We hear noises. Our minds play tricks on us. I've never been the superstitious type. I figured they were just feeding off each other's anxiety until that Friday night in May 2003. It was around 8:30 p.m., close to the end of the school year. The building was mostly empty, except for a few of us finishing up paperwork. Me, our night secretary Ingrid, John the janitor, Gabriel, our coordinator, and Wagner, our security guard. We were all in different parts of the building. Me in my office, Ingrid at the front desk, the others scattered around. Ingrid had been with us for about 3 months at that point. Mid-30s, competent, level-headed, not the type to get rattled easily. She'd mentioned once or twice feeling something strange in the kitchen, but never made a big deal about it. That night, I was buried in next semester's scheduling when I heard a scream that made my blood freeze. Not your typical startled yelp. This was primal, raw terror. I bolted out of my office toward the front desk. Wagner got there before me, followed seconds later by Gabriel and John. Ingrid wasn't at her desk. We found her huddled in the corner of the reception area, shaking violently, her face chalk white. She wasn't making a sound anymore, just these shallow, rapid breaths. Her eyes were wide open but unfocused, like she wasn't really seeing us. Wagner tried to help her up, but she flinched away so hard she nearly hit her head on the wall. I knelt down, trying not to crowd her. "Ingrid, what happened? Are you hurt?" No response, just that 1,000-yard stare and trembling. John went to get water. Gabriel stayed nearby, but gave her space. Wagner checked the front door and windows, security guy instincts kicking in, looking for intruders. It took almost 20 minutes for Ingrid to come back to herself enough to speak. When she finally did, her voice was barely audible. "The kitchen," she whispered. "There's someone in the kitchen." Wagner immediately went to check, gun drawn. Security in our area carried weapons back then. He returned a few minutes later, shaking his head. No one there. Nothing disturbed. Door was locked from our side. Ingrid started sobbing then, these deep, body-racking sobs. "You don't understand. I saw her. She was there." "Who?" I asked. "A woman standing by the sink. She looked..." Ingrid struggled for words. She looked sad, so sad, but when she saw me, she smiled. A chill ran down my spine despite myself. "Did she say anything to you?" Ingrid nodded slowly. She asked if I could help her find something she lost, said it was important. Another sob escaped her. "I'm a spiritualist, Patricia. I've seen things before, but never like this. Never so present, so real." She wasn't trying to scare me, but when I realized what I was seeing... I've never been one for ghost stories, but something about Ingrid's absolute terror felt authentic. This wasn't someone trying to get attention or spook her co-workers. This was raw fear. "What did she look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Ingrid described a woman in her early 30s, average height, with shoulder-length dark hair, wearing a blue blouse and dark pants. "Beautiful smile," she added, almost as an afterthought. But her eyes were so sad. My stomach dropped. The description matched Susanna perfectly. The blue blouse could have been our staff uniform. We all wore navy blue tops back then. I tried to rationalize it. Ingrid could have heard stories about Susanna from other staff, maybe seen a photo somewhere in the school, but something in me needed to know for sure. "Wait here," I told her. "I want to show you something." I went to my office and dug through my bottom desk drawer where I kept personal items. Found what I was looking for, a photo from our Halloween party in 2000. About 15 staff members in costumes, arms around each other, grinning at the camera. Susanna was in the middle, dressed as Morticia Adams, that radiant smile contradicting her spooky costume. When I brought it back, I didn't say anything, just handed it to Ingrid. She looked at it for maybe 2 seconds before her hand flew to her mouth and she started trembling again. "That's her," she whispered, pointing directly at Susanna. "That's the woman from the kitchen." Her finger was shaking so badly she could barely keep it on the photo. I felt the room temperature drop about 10 degrees. Gabriel, who'd been watching silently, crossed himself. John muttered something under his breath that sounded like a prayer. "Are you sure?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Take another look." Ingrid shook her head violently, pushing the photo away. "I'm sure. That's her, those eyes, that smile." She looked up at me, tears streaming down her face. "Who is she?" "Her name was Susanna," I said quietly. "She was our secretary for years. She passed away about a year and a half ago. Ingrid stood up abruptly, grabbing her purse from the desk. I need to go. I can't stay here. I'm sorry, I just can't. Wagner offered to walk her to her car, but she was already halfway out the door. None of us tried to stop her. The look on her face, pure, undiluted terror mixed with something like pity, wasn't something you argue with. The four of us remaining sat in stunned silence for a while. Finally, Gabriel spoke. You think that's what the others saw too? In the kitchen? I didn't answer. Couldn't. My rational mind was working overtime trying to find explanations. Mass hysteria, suggestion, coincidence, but none of it felt right. We closed up early that night. None of us wanted to stay any longer than necessary. I remember the drive home, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles hurt, jumping at every shadow. I'd never considered myself superstitious, but Ingrid's reaction, the absolute conviction in her voice when she identified Susanna, shook me to my core. Ingrid never came back, called in sick Monday, sent her resignation letter Tuesday. We tried contacting her a few times to check in, but her phone number was disconnected, and she never responded to emails. It was like she'd vanished from the face of the earth. After that night, the incidents escalated. Light fixtures would flicker when certain names were mentioned. The temperature in the kitchen would plummet randomly. A student claimed someone had helped her find her lost textbook, describing a woman who sounded exactly like Susanna, but there had been no staff matching that description on duty. I started staying late more often, partly out of skepticism, partly out of some misguided hope that if Susanna was still around, she might show herself to me. We'd been friends, after all, but nothing ever happened when I was alone in the building. About 3 months after the incident with Ingrid, I finally worked up the courage to go into the kitchen alone after hours. It was almost 9 p.m., a Tuesday. I made a cup of coffee and sat at the little table where we used to eat lunch together. Susanna, I said aloud, feeling ridiculous but pushing forward. If you're here, I just want you to know we miss you, all of us. If there's something you need, something keeping you here, I want to help. Nothing happened. No temperature drop, no flickering lights, just the hum of the refrigerator and my own nervous breathing. As I got up to leave, I felt it, the lightest touch on my shoulder, so gentle it could have been a draft. But there was no open window, no vent nearby. I didn't turn around, couldn't. Fear paralyzed me completely, not fear of Susanna. She'd never hurt anyone in life. Why would she in death? But fear of seeing that face again, of confirming what I was already starting to believe. The touch lingered for maybe 3 seconds, then was gone. With it came the faintest scent of vanilla, Susanna's signature perfume. I left the school that night and never stayed late alone again. Within 6 months, I'd found another job. I couldn't handle being there anymore, jumping at shadows, wondering if every cold spot was her trying to reach out. I don't know why Susanna's spirit stayed in that school. Maybe because she was happier there than in her final months alive. Maybe she was looking for something she'd lost, just like she told Ingrid. I'll never know. It's been almost 20 years, and I've never told this story to anyone outside the 4 people who were there that night. People would think I'm crazy or attention-seeking, but I know what Ingrid saw. I know what I felt. Sometimes I dream about Susanna. Not scary nightmares, just her sitting in the staff kitchen, smiling that smile, waiting for something or someone. I wake up from those dreams with tears on my face. I don't know if she's still there at the school. I've never been brave enough to go back and find out. Some questions are better left unanswered. But sometimes, when I smell vanilla perfume, I can't help but look over my shoulder, half expecting to see her standing there, still wearing that blue blouse, still with that sadness behind her eyes. Story 15. Asan, I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. It feels weird typing it out, but honestly, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or has some explanation for what's been happening to me for over a decade now. This all started when I was 14. We lived in this 2-story house in Hawthorne. Nothing special, just a normal suburban home built in the 70s. My bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hallway, across from my parents' room. My Aunt Julia was staying with us temporarily while she looked for a new place after her divorce. I remember that first Wednesday perfectly. It was fall and I had school the next day. Nothing unusual happened that evening. Just homework, dinner, some video games, then bed around 10:30. I was lying there, almost asleep, when this weird feeling came over me. It's hard to describe, but it was like the air got heavier and there was this pressure in my ears, similar to when you're on an airplane during landing. I sat up thinking maybe the weather was changing or something when I saw him, a man standing at the foot of my bed. Not crystal clear like a real person, more like a shadow but with dimension. He wasn't super tall, maybe average height, but he seemed to be wearing some kind of coat. The worst part was that I couldn't make out his face at all, just darkness where features should be. I couldn't move, literally couldn't make my body do anything. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. He just stood there, not moving, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then he took one step toward the side of my bed, and I must have blacked out, because the next thing I remember was waking up to my Aunt Julia shaking my shoulders. She kept asking if I was okay, said I'd been screaming so loud she thought someone was attacking me. I was drenched in sweat, my throat raw. I told her about the man, and she checked my closet, under the bed, the whole room. Obviously there was no one there. She thought I'd had a nightmare, and honestly I wanted to believe that too. But I knew it wasn't a dream. You know how when you wake up from a dream, even a vivid one, there's that moment of transition where reality settles back in. That never happened. The experience felt continuous, from seeing him to Julia waking me up. I refused to sleep in my room after that. Spent 5 nights on the downstairs couch before my mum insisted I go back upstairs. That first night back was a Tuesday, and nothing happened. I started to think maybe it really had been a nightmare. Then Wednesday came. I didn't see the figure this time, but around 2 a.m., I woke up to voices. At first, I thought it was my parents talking in their room, but as I became more alert, I realized the voice was coming from somewhere inside my room. It sounded exactly like my dad, which made no sense because my real dad had died when I was 8. The voice started off saying normal things, like asking how school was or telling me everything was going to be okay. Then it changed, becoming angry, saying stuff like, "You shouldn't be here, and why are you still in this house?" It went back and forth between these comforting statements and threatening ones. Then my mum's voice joined in. Except my mum was asleep across the hall. I pulled the covers over my head and turned on my iPod to drown it out. Eventually fell asleep from pure exhaustion. This pattern continued every single Wednesday night for about a year. Sometimes I'd see the figure, sometimes just hear the voices. Occasionally both. I started dreading Wednesdays. My grades began slipping because I'd be too exhausted on Thursdays after barely sleeping the night before. My mum thought I was making it up to get attention after my aunt moved out, but it was real. I tried everything, leaving my light on, having music playing, even sleeping with my baseball bat. Nothing helped. The worst part was that the voices started saying things only my real dad would know, referencing fishing trips we'd taken or the nickname he used to call me that nobody else used. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. For 3 blissful years, nothing happened. I graduated high school, started community college, got a part-time job. Life was normal. I even stopped thinking about it most of the time, until the Pinehurst trip. My mom, stepdad and I went to visit my stepsister in Pinehurst for a weekend. We went to this restaurant downtown that was in an old converted house. The food was good, but I felt weird the whole time we were there, kind of lightheaded and nauseous. I didn't think much of it until the waitress came by and asked if we were okay with sitting in the back room. She mentioned casually that some customers requested not to sit there because of the history. When my mum asked what she meant, the waitress explained that the building had been investigated for paranormal activity in the 90s after the previous owners reported objects moving and voices. My stomach dropped. The whole drive back to my stepsister's place, I couldn't shake this feeling of dread. That night, weird stuff started happening in her house. Doors we'd left open would be closed when we walked by them again. My mom's makeup bag fell off the bathroom counter with no one near it. I saw shadows moving along the walls when there was nothing that could have caused them. No one else seemed as freaked out as I was. They joked about the house being haunted, but I knew better. I knew what was happening. Sure enough, when we got back home, it was a Wednesday, the visits started again. That night, I woke up to my name being whispered right in my ear. The figure was sitting on the edge of my bed, closer than ever before. I could smell something like wet dirt and old cologne. When I tried to move away, my blanket was yanked down to my feet like someone had grabbed it and pulled hard. The Wednesday pattern picked right back up after that. Every single week like clockwork. The only time it ever missed was when I wasn't home. If I slept somewhere else on a Wednesday, nothing happened. But as soon as I was back in my bedroom on a Wednesday night, so was he. I'm 25 now, and it's still happening. I've moved 3 times, even lived in an apartment 200 miles away during college, but it doesn't matter. Whatever this is, it's attached to me, not the house. I've tried to document it. Set up video recordings, audio recordings. Even had a friend stay over once, though I didn't tell him why, just said I thought I heard someone trying to break in. The recordings never capture anything. The one time my friend stayed over, nothing happened at all. The only Wednesday in months with no activity. The worst incident was about 2 years ago. I was living in my own apartment, had a normal Wednesday going. Work, gym, dinner, some Netflix. I remember checking my phone before bed, 11:42 p.m. I plugged it in, turned off the light and closed my eyes. What felt like seconds later, I became aware of pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. My eyes shot open, and the figure was there, but different this time. More solid, less shadowy. I could make out the outline of facial features, though still not clearly. The weight on my chest got heavier, making it hard to breathe. Then the voices started, but not like before. This time they were overlapping. My dad, my mom, my Aunt Julia, even my own voice, all talking at once, saying things I couldn't understand except for one phrase that kept repeating, "Wednesday's child is full of woe." The pressure increased until I thought my ribs would crack. I managed to move my arm enough to hit the lamp on my nightstand. When the light came on, the pressure vanished and the figure was gone. I sat up, gasping for air, and realized my phone was gone from the nightstand. I found it the next morning in my refrigerator, still plugged into the charger, which had been yanked from the wall. The screen showed it was 3:33 a.m. The thing is, I've been to doctors, therapists, even a sleep specialist. They've suggested everything from sleep paralysis to carbon monoxide to temporal lobe seizures. I've had brain scans, overnight sleep studies. Never on Wednesdays, though. I was too scared to schedule one then. Blood work. Everything comes back normal. One psychiatrist suggested that since my dad died on a Wednesday, maybe I've subconsciously associated the day with trauma and my mind is creating these experiences. But that doesn't explain the physical things, objects moving, the marks I've found on my body afterwards, the time all the framed photos in my hallway were turned to face the wall overnight. The regularity is what gets me. Why Wednesdays? Why every week? Why does it never miss unless I'm not home? It's like whatever this is operates on some schedule I don't understand. I've tried researching, reading about hauntings and supernatural phenomena. Most accounts describe random occurrences, not this clock-like precision. I've even looked into the history of my childhood home, my apartments, the surrounding areas. Nothing stands out. Last Wednesday was the most recent incident. And honestly, what pushed me to finally write this all down, I was falling asleep when my phone rang. The caller ID showed my mum's name, but when I answered, there was just static and a faint voice that didn't sound like her saying, "Come home." I hung up and immediately called my mum back. She was fine, hadn't called me, and was actually confused about why I was calling so late. When I hung up, I noticed something on my bedroom wall, wet marks, like someone had drawn with water. As I watched, they formed into words, "Every Wednesday." I grabbed my keys and drove around all night, too scared to go back. When I returned in the morning, the wall was dry, no trace of the writing. I don't know what to do anymore. Is this thing haunting me? Am I haunting myself somehow? Is Wednesday significant beyond my dad's death? I've even tried to remember if anything else traumatic happened on a Wednesday when I was younger, but nothing comes to mind. Sometimes I wonder if my initial fear somehow created this. Like my terror, that first night opened some door that can't be closed. Other times I'm convinced there's really something supernatural attaching itself to me. The worst part is the anticipation. Every Wednesday I know it's coming. I've tried staying up all night, sleeping pills, alcohol. Nothing works. It always finds a way in, whether I'm conscious or not. I'm writing this on a Tuesday night. Tomorrow's another Wednesday. I'm considering checking into a hotel, but part of me wants to face it, to try again to understand what's happening to me. If anyone has experienced something similar or has any insight, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers, for some way to break this cycle. I'm tired of living my life around Wednesdays, tired of the fear, tired of not knowing if I'm being haunted or slowly losing my mind. Whatever happens tomorrow night, I'll update if I can. If I don't, well, I guess that's an answer too. Story 16. I never believed in the supernatural. Not ghosts, not demons, not anything that couldn't be explained by science or logic. That changed when my family and I moved into our new home in Oakwood back in 2018. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. I know how this sounds, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. Our house was newly built. We were the first owners. Everything smelled of fresh paint and new carpeting. No creaky floorboards, no mysterious stains, no weird history, just a beautiful modern home where my wife Victoria, our 2 kids and I planned to build our life together. The neighborhood was still developing, with several houses under construction around us. We were excited to be part of a new community from the ground up. The first few weeks were perfect. We unpacked, arranged furniture, and settled into our routines. I remember joking with Victoria about how nice it was to not have to worry about the previous owner's ghost, like in those horror movies. We were starting fresh. Everything was new. There shouldn't have been any baggage attached to this place. Then it started. About a month after moving in, I woke up early one morning needing to use the bathroom. It was around 5:15 a.m. I remember checking my phone as I got out of bed, careful not to wake Victoria. Instead of using our master bathroom and risking waking her with the noise, I headed downstairs to use the half bath tucked under the staircase. It's a small space, just a toilet and sink, but convenient for guests or when you're downstairs and don't want to climb back up. I was sitting there half awake, scrolling through my phone when I heard it. Footsteps coming down the stairs, right above my head. The steps were slow and deliberate, the kind made by someone trying to be quiet, but still hitting the creaky spots. I immediately assumed one of the kids was up early. My son was going through a phase where he'd wake up at ungodly hours and come downstairs to play with his toys. I finished up quickly, washed my hands, and opened the door, expecting to see my sleepy 6-year-old standing there in his dinosaur pajamas. There was nobody there. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. The entire downstairs was silent and still. I called up the stairs. "Hello? Anyone up?" No response. Confused, I figured maybe it was our cat. He sometimes races up and down the stairs in the early morning, though this didn't sound like the quick patter of cat feet. This had sounded distinctly human. I shrugged it off and went back into the bathroom to finish washing my hands properly. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks directly above my head, where the stairs are. Knock, knock, knock. Not loud, but clear as day, like someone tapping their knuckles on the underside of the stairs. I froze, water still running over my hands. I looked up at the ceiling, half expecting to see something. Nothing, just the white ceiling of our brand new half bath. About a minute later, it happened again. 3 more knocks in the exact same rhythm. Knock, knock, knock. My heart was racing now. I shut off the water, dried my hands quickly, and got the hell out of there. I checked the entire house, including the garage and backyard. Everyone was asleep, Victoria and both kids in their beds, the cat curled up in his favorite spot on the couch. All doors and windows were locked. I convinced myself it must have been the house settling. New houses make weird noises as they settle, right? That's what I told myself as I made coffee and waited for everyone else to wake up. I didn't tell Victoria. It seemed silly in the light of day, and I didn't want her thinking I was getting spooked in our new home over nothing. For about 2 weeks, nothing else happened. I had almost forgotten about the incident when the second encounter occurred. This one I can't explain away, no matter how I try. I've always been a light sleeper, and that night I woke up around 3 a.m., wide awake and knowing I wouldn't fall back asleep easily. Not wanting to disturb Victoria with my tossing and turning, I grabbed my Kindle and headed downstairs to read on the couch until I felt tired again. I was about half an hour into my book when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps. I wasn't wearing my glasses, so when I looked over, everything beyond about 10 feet was a blur, but I could clearly make out a figure peering around the corner at the base of the stairs. It was just a dark shape, like a person leaning slightly to look into the living room where I was sitting. I couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette. I sat up straight and said, "Hello!" The figure pulled back instantly, disappearing around the corner. I jumped up, suddenly wide awake and heart pounding. My first thought was an intruder. I ran to the stairs but found nothing. I checked the front door, locked, with the security chain still in place. Back door, locked. All windows, locked. Then I rushed upstairs to check on the kids. My son was sprawled across his bed, one leg hanging off the side, snoring softly. My daughter was curled up with her stuffed bunny, fast asleep. I even checked on Victoria, who hadn't moved from her position on her side of the bed. Everyone was accounted for. There was no intruder, no explanation for what I'd seen. I went back downstairs, turned on every light in the house, and sat rigid on the couch until morning. When Victoria came down around 6:30 a.m., she found me still sitting there, lights blazing, staring at the base of the stairs. "Ben, what are you doing? Did you leave these lights on all night?" she asked, clearly concerned. I told her everything then, both incidents. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me I was being ridiculous. Instead, she got this strange look on her face, like she was deciding whether to tell me something. "You're tired, and you weren't wearing your glasses. Your eyes were probably playing tricks on you," she said finally, but her voice lacked conviction. After that night, I started leaving the hallway light on and checking the stairs frequently. I'd wake up multiple times a night, convinced I heard footsteps or knocking. Sometimes I did. Sometimes it was just the normal sounds of a house at night, amplified by my growing paranoia. For a few months, nothing significant happened, just occasional noises that could be explained away. The knocking never returned, but sometimes I'd hear creaking on the stairs when no one was there. I started to wonder if I was losing it, hearing things that weren't there because I expected to hear them. Then Victoria finally confessed. We were having dinner alone one night. The kids were at a sleepover at my parents' house. She seemed distracted, kept looking toward the hallway that led to the stairs. Ben, she said suddenly, putting down her fork, I need to tell you something, but I don't want you to freak out. My stomach dropped. I knew instantly what it was about. I've seen it too, she whispered. A shadow figure, several times. She described seeing a dark silhouette passing by our bedroom door late at night, sometimes standing at the foot of our bed. Once, she said, she felt someone sit on her side of the bed, the mattress depressing under invisible weight. But when she turned to look, there was nothing there. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, feeling a mix of validation and terror. I thought you had enough on your plate with work, and I didn't want to admit it was happening. If I said it out loud, it would make it real, she replied. That night, with the kids away, we both sat up late talking about all the little things we'd each noticed but dismissed. The occasional misplaced item, the feeling of being watched, the sudden cold spots in rooms that should be warm. Victoria admitted she'd been keeping the bathroom light on at night and leaving our bedroom door cracked open, something she'd never done before. She'd been telling herself it was so she could hear the kids, but really it was because she was afraid of the dark for the first time since childhood. The most recent incident happened just last week, and it's what finally pushed me to write this all down and reach out. I woke up around 4 a.m., needing to use the bathroom. As I was getting out of bed, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. I turned toward our bedroom door, which was cracked open as usual. There, peering through the gap, was a dark figure. Not just a shadow, a solid, person-shaped blackness that seemed to absorb the dim nightlight from the hallway. I could make out what looked like a head and shoulders, leaning slightly to look into our room. The moment I turned toward it, the figure pulled back sharply and disappeared. I heard rapid footsteps, not on the stairs this time, but moving down the hallway toward the kids' rooms. I was out of bed instantly, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I yanked open the door and looked down the hallway. Empty. I checked both kids' rooms, finding them safe and sound in their beds. Nothing in the closets, nothing under the beds. The bathroom was empty. Every room was exactly as it should be, except for one thing. My daughter's nightlight, which is normally plugged into the wall outlet near her bed, was unplugged and placed on her dresser across the room. She's only 4. She can't reach that dresser without climbing on something, and she never unplugs her nightlight. She's afraid of the dark. Victoria and I have researched the history of our property extensively. Before our house was built, this was just an empty lot in a new development. Before that, it was part of a larger piece of farmland that got sold to developers. Nothing tragic happened here. No murders, no suicides, no unexplained disappearances. There's no reason for our brand new home to be haunted. Yet something is here with us. Something that knocks on the underside of stairs, walks around when we're all accounted for, and peers into rooms as if checking on the occupants. I've started looking at security cameras, thinking maybe we have an intruder somehow getting in and out without a trace. But deep down, I know that's not it. The locked doors, the security chain that's never disturbed, the impossibility of someone moving through our house without making more noise. It just doesn't add up. Sometimes I wonder if whatever is here came with us, not with the house. Or maybe it was here before the house, attached to the land somehow. All I know is that our new home has never been empty, not from the very first night. The knocking still happens occasionally, always in threes, always when I'm alone in that half bathroom under the stairs. The figure still peers around corners and through doorways, always pulling back when spotted. We've learned to live with it in a way, though neither of us will admit that out loud. The kids haven't mentioned seeing anything, and we haven't asked. Some nights I lay awake wondering if they see it too, but, like Victoria and I initially did, keep it to themselves out of fear or confusion. I don't know what to do. We can't just move. We sank everything into this house, and the market's not great right now. Plus, who's to say it wouldn't follow us, or that the next place wouldn't have something worse? So we stay, We keep lights on. We check on each other through the night. And we pretend during daylight hours that everything is normal, that our beautiful new home isn't shared with something we can't see or understand. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, I'm all ears. I've run out of rational explanations, and the irrational ones keep me up at night. Honneurs, Story 17. Submit, I never believed in fortune-telling. Not psychics, not tarot, not horoscopes, none of it. That's why what happened with that mechanical fortune-teller at Waldrug has completely messed with my head. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and I honestly don't think I ever will. Last summer, July 2023, I took a road trip through South Dakota with my mom. We're both into kitschy tourist spots, and Waldrug is basically the holy grail of roadside attractions. If you've never been, it's this sprawling place that started as a tiny pharmacy in the 1930s and evolved into this bizarre tourist trap with everything from giant dinosaur statues to homemade donuts. There are all these different rooms and sections selling everything from cowboy boots to tacky souvenirs. In one of the back areas, they have these old-school arcade games and attractions. That's where I first saw Pappy. He was this creepy mechanical fortune-teller, you know the type, like Zoltar from the movie Big, but way older and more worn down. He was sitting inside this glass case, this old man puppet with a weathered face and this weird permanent smile. The machine itself looked ancient, with chipped paint and this retro font that said, "Pappy tells your fortune" across the top. My mom wandered off to look at some Black Hills gold jewelry, so I figured, what the hell, I'll get my fortune told for fun. I put in $1. I think it was $1, might have been $2, and Pappy's eyes lit up this eerie yellow color. His mechanical arm jerked around and he shuffled some cards inside the case. Then this little printed card slid out from a slot at the bottom. I grabbed it, expecting some generic nonsense like, "You will meet a tall, dark stranger," or whatever. But what I read made my stomach drop. The card said, "Your house is in disarray, much like your thoughts. The legal battle over your great-aunt's estate weighs heavily on you. Organization will bring clarity, and the inheritance dispute will resolve by winter's end. Travel west in autumn for unexpected opportunity." I literally felt sick reading it. I hadn't told anyone on this trip about the inheritance issue with my great-aunt Dorothy, who had passed away 6 months earlier. Her son, my mom's cousin, was contesting the will because she left me her vintage jewelry collection that apparently was worth quite a bit. It had turned into this ugly legal thing that was stressing me out constantly. And my house? Total disaster. I'd been so overwhelmed with work and the legal stuff that my place looked like a tornado hit it. I hadn't even had time to unpack properly after moving 3 months before. I showed the card to my mom when she came back, and even she was weirded out. She said it was probably just a coincidence, that maybe these machines have cards with vague enough statements that they can apply to lots of people. But this wasn't vague. It specifically mentioned an inheritance dispute, which isn't exactly a common problem. The prediction about travel west in autumn stuck with me too. I ended up getting offered a work conference in Seattle that October, west of South Dakota, that turned into a promotion opportunity, just like the card said. I tried to forget about the whole thing, chalked it up to coincidence, even though it gnawed at me. The inheritance dispute did settle in December, winter's end, like the card predicted, when my cousin finally dropped the case. Fast forward to this summer, June 2024. I was back in South Dakota with my mum again, this time to see Mount Rushmore and some other places we missed last year. We ended up at Reptile Gardens one afternoon, which is this cool reptile zoo park near Rapid City, and there in their arcade area was another Pappy machine. Same old man figure, same creepy yellow eyes, but this one looked even older and more worn down. I immediately got goosebumps, remembering what happened last year. My mom was busy taking pictures of some giant tortoises, so I walked over to the machine. feeling drawn to it despite being freaked out. I stood there for a good 5 minutes just staring at it, debating whether to try again. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I put in my money. The mechanical movement seemed slower this time. Pappy's arm creaked as it shuffled the invisible cards, and then another small card printed out. My hands were actually shaking as I picked it up. You stand at a crossroads, uncertain which path leads to fulfillment. The security of your current position conflicts with your desire for creative freedom. The answer you seek lies not in either choice, but in a third option that will present itself when autumn leaves begin to fall. I had to sit down on a nearby bench. For the past month, I'd been secretly agonizing over whether to stay at my current job or accept an offer from a smaller company that would let me do more creative work, but with less stability. I hadn't decided yet, and I certainly hadn't told anyone on this trip about it. The only person who knew about my job dilemma was my therapist. When my mum found me, I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, because she immediately asked what was wrong. I showed her the card, and she read it twice, her face getting paler. "Olivia," she said quietly, "I need to show you something." She opened her purse and pulled out her wallet. From behind her credit cards, she carefully extracted a folded piece of paper. It was another Pappy fortune card, worn at the edges from being carried around. "I got this last year at Vol.241, she explained. "I thought it was so off base that I just kept it as a joke. It didn't make any sense at the time." She handed it to me, and I read, "The balance between work and home eludes you. Your dedication to career advancement overshadows personal connections. A health concern with someone close will force reassessment of priorities by spring. The path to happiness requires letting go of control." I looked at her, confused. My mum had been retired for 2 years in 2023 when she got this card. She had no career advancement to worry about, no work-life balance issues. The card made no sense for her life last year. But then she explained that 3 months ago, she'd been called back by her old company as a consultant. What was supposed to be a part-time gig had turned into 50-plus hour weeks. She was constantly working, missing family events, always on her laptop, and in April, spring, my stepdad had a minor heart scare that required hospitalization. The card hadn't been predicting her present when she received it. It had been predicting her future, this year's circumstances, not last year's. We sat there in silence, both of us completely freaked out. How could a mechanical fortune teller at a tourist trap possibly know such specific details about our lives? And not just our current situations, but our futures. I'm not a superstitious person. I've always believed there's a rational explanation for everything. But this? I can't explain this. I've gone down so many rabbit holes trying to figure it out. I've researched the history of Vol.241 and reptile gardens. I've looked into the manufacturers of these old arcade machines. I've even contacted collectors of vintage coin-operated games to see if anyone knows anything about Pappy machines having special features. The most logical explanation I can come up with is that both machines have cameras and maybe some kind of AI that can analyze facial expressions and body language to make educated guesses about people's current life situations. But that doesn't explain the predictions that came true later, or how it knew about my inheritance dispute. Some people have suggested the machines might be newer than they appear, modern technology disguised as vintage contraptions. But I've touched them, and they're definitely old. The mechanics are visibly worn, the paint chipped with age. One guy online suggested that maybe the locations have employees who eavesdrop on conversations and program the machines to spit out personalized fortunes. But I never discussed my job dilemma out loud anywhere near reptile gardens. And my mom certainly wasn't talking about returning to work when we were at Vol.241 last year. It wasn't even on her radar then. The third option mentioned in my second card, it came true too. In September, I got approached to co-found a startup with a former colleague, a perfect blend of creativity and security that I never considered before. When autumn leaves begin to fall, just like Pappy said, my mum and I have gone back and forth about whether to return to those places and try the machines again. Part of me is desperate to know more, to test the limits of whatever this is, but another part is genuinely scared. What if the next card predicts something terrible? Do I want to know? Would knowing make it more likely to happen or give me a chance to prevent it? I've looked at those cards so many times that I've memorized every word. I keep them in my nightstand drawer, and sometimes I take them out just to remind myself that this really happened, that I'm not losing my mind. I've tried telling a few close friends, but they either think I'm exaggerating or that there's some obvious explanation I'm missing. My brother suggested the whole thing was an elaborate prank by the tourist attractions, but that makes no sense. How would they benefit from freaking out random visitors with impossibly accurate personal details? The most unsettling part is wondering how many other people have received eerily accurate fortunes from these machines over the years. Are there others like me out there carrying around these cards, watching the predictions unfold in their lives? Or were my mum and I somehow specially selected for this experience? I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened. Sometimes I convince myself it was all just an incredibly unlikely coincidence, but then I remember specific phrases from those cards. Inheritance dispute, third option, health concern, and I know it was something more. I'm heading back to South Dakota next month for a friend's wedding. Reptile Gardens is just a short drive from the venue. I still haven't decided if I'll visit Pappy again or not. Part of me needs to know if it was all real, or if I somehow imagined the whole thing being more accurate than it was. But another part of me is afraid of what that mechanical fortune teller might reveal next. Whatever's going on with those machines, whether it's an elaborate hoax, cutting-edge technology, or something I can't even begin to comprehend, I'll never look at those coin-operated fortune tellers the same way again, and neither will my mum. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? I keep hoping to find someone who's had a similar encounter with Pappy or another fortune-telling machine. Maybe together we could make sense of it, or maybe some things just aren't meant to be understood. All I know for sure is that somewhere in South Dakota there's a mechanical man in a glass case who knew things about me that he shouldn't have been able to know. And somehow he could see my future. I don't know what to do with that information, but I can't forget it either. Story 18. I've never really shared this experience online before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has gone through something similar or can offer some explanation, because even after all this time, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened about 8 months ago at my family home in Oakwood Heights. I'm 26 now, but we've lived in this house since I was a teenager. It was one of those nights where I couldn't sleep. You know how it goes. I had work the next day, but my brain just wouldn't shut off. So I figured I'd watch some episodes of Breaking Bad until I got tired enough to fall asleep. It was around 3:30 a.m. when I needed to use the bathroom. Our house has this weird layout. My bedroom is at the end of the hallway, and the bathroom is about halfway down. The hallway light wasn't working. The bulb had burned out a few days earlier, and none of us had bothered to replace it. So I was using my phone flashlight to navigate. The house was completely silent. My mum was asleep in her room, across from the bathroom, and my younger brother was staying at his girlfriend's place that night. Dad hasn't lived with us for years, so it was just me and Mum at home. I walked down the dark hallway, the floorboards creaking slightly under my feet. I'd lived there long enough that I knew exactly which spots to avoid if I didn't want to make noise. When I reached the bathroom door, I reached out for the doorknob, and that's when I heard it. A man was crying inside the bathroom. It wasn't like sobbing or wailing. It was this controlled, rhythmic crying, like someone trying to keep it together but failing. The kind of crying where you can tell they're trying to be quiet but can't help the occasional gasping breath. My first thought was that maybe my brother had come home and was upset about something, but that didn't make sense. The bathroom light wasn't on, and why would he be sitting in the dark? I froze with my hand just above the doorknob. The crying continued, completely unaware of my presence outside the door. I could feel my heart starting to race, my palms getting sweaty. I stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 5 or 6 seconds. Then I called out, "Hello?" My voice came out way shakier than I intended. The crying stopped immediately. Complete silence. That's when the real fear hit me. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like my entire body knew something was wrong before my brain could process it. I felt this wave of cold wash over me, starting from my neck and traveling down to my toes. My body started shivering uncontrollably, not like I was cold, but like my muscles were reacting to something my mind couldn't comprehend. I backed away from the door, still facing it, unable to turn around because I was terrified of what might come out. I must have looked ridiculous, shuffling backward down the hallway like that, but I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was that I needed to get away from that door and find someone else. I made it to my mum's room and practically burst in, waking her up. She's always been a light sleeper, so she sat up immediately, looking disoriented but alert. "Thomas, what's wrong?" she asked, reaching for her glasses on the nightstand. I could barely get the words out. There's someone in the bathroom. I heard a man crying." Mum didn't question me. That's one thing I've always appreciated about her. She takes these things seriously. Growing up in our house, we've all had our share of unexplainable experiences, so she didn't brush me off or tell me I was imagining things. She got up, grabbed the heavy flashlight she keeps by her bed, the big metal kind that could double as a weapon if needed, and handed me a smaller one from her drawer. Together we walked back to the bathroom. The hallway seemed even darker now, despite our flashlights. The bathroom door was exactly as I'd left it, closed, with no light coming from underneath. Mum stood to the side of the door, motioning for me to stay behind her, and then knocked firmly. "Is anyone in there?" she called out, her voice stronger than mine had been. Silence. She tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Mum looked at me questioningly, and I nodded, confirming that I definitely heard something. With a deep breath, she turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, shining her flashlight inside. The bathroom was empty. Mum flipped the light switch, flooding the small room with harsh fluorescent light. The shower curtain was open, showing an empty tub. The small window above the toilet was closed and locked from the inside, as it always was. There was nowhere anyone could have hidden or escaped from. We checked everywhere. Behind the door, in the small cabinet under the sink, even in the narrow linen closet in the corner. Nothing. No one. "Are you sure you heard something?" Mom asked, not accusingly, but with genuine concern. "I'm positive," I said, still feeling that coldness in my bones. It was a man crying, clear as day. Mom believed me, but we were both at a loss for what to do next. We searched the rest of the house just to be sure no one had broken in, but everything was locked up tight. No signs of intrusion, no unexplained open windows, nothing out of place. Eventually, we both went back to bed, though I doubt either of us slept much for what remained of the night. I kept my TV on for background noise and left my bedroom door open, finding comfort in being able to see the hallway and hear my mum moving around in her room. The thing is, this wasn't the first weird occurrence in our home. We've had a history of strange things happening ever since we moved to Oakwood Heights when I was around 14 or 15. The property came with a lot of land, and while our main house was being built, we lived in this temporary prefab structure about 100 yards away from the construction site. I remember this one night clearly. It must have been 2009 or 2010. I was still in high school. I was alone in the temporary house, sitting on my bed, with my laptop open to Facebook, back when Facebook was still cool. My parents and brother were in the old house that came with the property, watching TV or something. Suddenly, the windows started rattling. Not like a wind rattling, this was more deliberate, like someone was grabbing the frames and shaking them. It would happen to one window, stop, then start with another window on the opposite side of the room. I figured it was my brother playing a prank. He was always doing stuff like that, trying to scare me. "Very funny, Jake," I called out, not even looking up from my laptop. The rattling stopped for a moment, then started again, more forcefully this time. It was annoying, more than scary at that point. I got up, ready to catch him in the act, but when I looked outside, there was no one there. I checked all around the small house, no footprints in the dirt, no signs of anyone hiding nearby. When I went to the old house afterward, Jake was sitting with my parents, watching some reality show. He'd been there for hours, they all confirmed. That was the first time I really felt afraid in our new home. A few days after that window incident, Jake came running into my room early in the morning, completely pale. He said he'd seen a shadow moving across his bedroom wall, but it wasn't cast by anything. It was just there, moving on its own. He said it had shaken his entire bed, like someone was at the foot of it, violently rocking it back and forth. My parents, who were usually skeptical about this kind of stuff, started to take our experiences seriously when they began having their own. Mum would hear footsteps in the hallway at night when everyone was accounted for. Dad complained about tools going missing in his workshop, only to reappear in places he'd already checked multiple times. Things got bad enough that my mum contacted this religious figure from her hometown. I won't get into specifics about their faith because that's not really the point. This person came out to our property, performed some kind of cleansing ritual, burned some herbs, said some prayers. I remember they spent extra time in certain corners of both houses, saying they could feel residual energy there. After that, things calmed down for a long time. Years, actually. We moved into the main house once it was finished, and the temporary structure was eventually torn down. Life went on, and we rarely talked about those early experiences. I went to college, came back home afterward when jobs were scarce, and settled into adult life under my parents' roof. But then, last year, things started happening again. Small things at first. Items disappearing and reappearing in different places, electronics turning on by themselves, the sound of doors closing when no one was near them. And then came that night in the bathroom. The morning after the crying incident, I was exhausted but forced myself to go to work anyway. When I came home that evening, Mum and I talked about what had happened. She suggested setting up a small security camera in the hallway just to see if we could capture anything unusual. We ordered one online, one of those cheap motion-activated ones that sends alerts to your phone. It arrived a few days later, and I mounted it at the end of the hallway, positioned to view both my door and the bathroom door. Nothing happened for almost a week. The camera would occasionally be triggered by one of us going to the bathroom at night, but that was it. I was starting to think maybe whatever had been there that night was gone. Then, exactly 1 week after the crying incident, at almost the same time, 3:27 a.m. according to the timestamp, the camera sent an alert to my phone. I was actually asleep this time, but woke up to the notification. The footage showed the bathroom door slowly opening about halfway, then stopping. No one was visible in the doorway or hallway. The door stayed open for about 30 seconds, then closed just as slowly. The motion sensor light in the hallway didn't trigger during any of this, which was strange because it usually picked up even the slightest movement. I sat up in bed, staring at my phone screen, replaying the footage over and over. There had to be an explanation. Maybe a draft? But the air vents didn't blow directly on any doors, and it would have had to be a pretty strong draft to move a solid wood door that deliberately. I couldn't bring myself to get up and investigate. Instead, I texted the video to my mom, knowing she'd check her phone when she woke up. I spent the rest of the night with my bedroom door locked, listening for any sounds in the hallway. The next morning, Mom confirmed that she hadn't gotten up during the night and had no explanation for the door moving. We reviewed the footage together over breakfast, trying to find some rational explanation. Jake came over that afternoon, and we showed him too. He suggested it might be the house settling or air pressure, but didn't seem convinced by his own explanation. We ended up contacting the same religious person who had cleansed our property years before. They came back, performed similar rituals, but this time told us something that still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. They said our land had once been part of a larger property where terrible things had happened. They wouldn't go into details, saying it would only strengthen whatever was there if we focused on its history. But they did say that there were at least two distinct presences, one in what used to be the temporary house location, and one in our main house. They know you can sense them, the person told us. That's why they're becoming more active. The more afraid you are, the stronger they become. Easy to say, hard to do. How do you not fear something that can manipulate physical objects and create sounds that shouldn't exist? After the cleansing, things quieted down again, but I never regained my comfort in the house. I started spending more nights at friends' places, made excuses to be out late, anything to avoid being home after dark. About a month after the second cleansing, I was home alone again. Mom was visiting her sister for the weekend, and Jake was, as usual, at his girlfriend's place. I'd invited friends over specifically so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they'd all left around midnight. I was in the living room, watching TV with all the lights on, when the power suddenly went out. Just our house. I could see the neighbors' lights still on through the windows. I used my phone flashlight to find the circuit breaker in the basement, but when I got down there I froze. Someone was humming, a low, melodic humming coming from the darkest corner of the basement, where we kept old holiday decorations and suitcases. It was the same tone, the same rhythm as the crying I'd heard in the bathroom, just without the sobbing. I didn't call out this time. I didn't investigate. I turned around, ran up the stairs, grabbed my car keys, and drove to a 24-hour diner where I stayed until sunrise. When I returned home in the daylight, the power was back on, everything seemingly normal. I moved out 2 weeks later, finding a small apartment on the other side of town. I told my mom it was because the commute to work was better, but she knew the real reason. She didn't try to convince me to stay. The weird thing is, since moving out, I've had no experiences in my new place. Nothing moves on its own, no strange sounds, no feelings of being watched. It's like whatever was attached to our family home stayed there. Mom still lives there, says she's made a kind of peace with whatever shares her space. Jake visits less frequently now, always leaving before dark. Dad, when he comes to town, refuses to stay overnight, preferring hotels. As for me, I still go back for Sunday dinners and holidays, but I never stay past sunset, and I never, ever use that bathroom. The crying man in the bathroom is just one of many things I can't explain about that house. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. I don't know why he chose that night to make himself known to me, but I know what I heard, and sometimes in my dreams I can still hear that controlled, rhythmic crying of a man in pain. I haven't been back in that bathroom since that night. I don't think I ever will. Story 19. I've never shared this with anyone outside of the people who were there that day. Even now, 6 years later, typing this makes my hands shake. I keep telling myself there has to be a logical explanation, but I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and I still can't make sense of what happened. This was back in December 2017. I was a third-year medical student in Lyon, France, struggling to make ends meet between classes and clinical rotations. My plan was to travel through Eastern Europe during our January break, but I needed extra cash. When I saw the job posting for a temporary caregiver position at Les Jardins de Beauvoir nursing home, it seemed perfect. Decent pay, flexible hours that worked around my schedule, and it was related to my field. The nursing home was this old 4-story building from the 1970s that had been renovated a few times, but still had that institutional feel. Beige walls, fluorescent lighting, and the lingering smell of disinfectant mixed with cafeteria food. Most of the residents were in their 80s and 90s, many with dementia or other health issues that required round-the-clock care. My first 2 weeks were pretty routine. I'd help residents with bathing, dressing, meals, and sometimes just sit with them while they watched TV or talked about their grandchildren. The regular staff, Clara, Anna, Michelle, and a few others, were friendly enough and patient with me as I learned the ropes. Then, Madame Fournier died. She was 93, had been at the home for almost a decade, and passed away peacefully in her sleep. I barely knew her. I'd only helped with her meals twice, but what made her death different was what happened afterward. Normally when a resident dies, the funeral home comes within a few hours to take the body. But this was right before Christmas. The funeral home was understaffed, and Madame Fournier's only living relatives were traveling from Canada. The nursing home had a special agreement with the funeral home for situations like this. They had a cooling bed that could be brought in to preserve the body until arrangements could be made. So Madame Fournier remained in her room, room 424, at the end of the east wing on the 4th floor. They brought in this cooling apparatus that looked like a hospital bed with a refrigeration unit attached. They dressed her in her favorite blue dress, did her hair, and made her look peaceful. The room was kept cooler than the rest of the building, and the door was supposed to remain locked, except when staff needed to check on things. This went on for 5 days. 5 days. Much longer than usual, but with the holidays and her family traveling from overseas, that's just how it worked out. The funeral home was scheduled to come on day 6. On the 5th day, December 23rd, I arrived for my morning shift at 7 a.m. It was still dark outside, and the nursing home was quiet, except for the usual morning routines. Clara and Anna were the other 2 caregivers on duty for my floor. We went about our normal tasks, helping residents wake up, assisting with toileting, preparing for breakfast. Around 8 a.m., we were at the nurses' station reviewing the morning medication schedule when we heard it. A sharp, insistent electronic beeping. It was the call button alarm system that residents use when they need assistance. Clara checked the panel on the wall. "It's coming from 424, she said, frowning. The 3 of us just looked at each other. 424, Madame Fournier's room. "That's impossible," Anna said. She was in her 50s and had worked at the nursing home for over a decade. "No one should be in there." I felt a chill creep up my spine. "Could someone have gone in? Another resident, maybe?" Clara shook her head. "The door is kept locked. Only staff have keys." "Maybe the system is malfunctioning," I suggested, hoping that was it. Anna sighed. "I'll go check. Probably just a wiring issue." "No, I'll go," I said, though I have no idea why I volunteered. Maybe I thought I was being helpful, or maybe I wanted to prove to myself and the others that I wasn't scared. I was 22 years old and trying to become a doctor. I couldn't be afraid of a room with a deceased person. I took the key from the lockbox at the nurse's station and headed down the hallway toward room 424. The beeping continued, steady and insistent. The fluorescent lights flickered slightly as I walked, something they did often in the older parts of the building. When I reached the door, I hesitated. The alarm was definitely coming from inside. I put the key in the lock and turned it, but to my surprise, the door was already unlocked. This wasn't right. Protocol was strict about keeping the room locked. I pushed the door open slowly. The lights were on. They weren't supposed to be on. The room was cold, much colder than the hallway. Madame Fournier lay on the cooling bed, just as she had been for the past 5 days, wearing her blue dress, hands folded over her chest, her grey hair neatly styled. Nothing seemed disturbed. The call button, which was supposed to be clipped to the side of the bed, was still there, the red light on top blinking in sync with the beeping. My heart was pounding as I approached the bed. I didn't want to touch anything, but I needed to stop that alarm. I reached for the call button, pressed the reset, and the beeping stopped. I looked around the room. There was no one else there. The bathroom door was open, and I could see it was empty. The window was closed and locked from the inside. Nothing seemed out of place. I backed out of the room, locked the door behind me, and practically ran back to the nurse's station. "What was it?" Clara asked. "Nothing," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "No one was there. The alarm was just going off." "But the room was locked, right?" Anna asked. I shook my head. "No, it was unlocked, and the lights were on." Clara and Anna exchanged looks. "That's not possible," Clara said. "I checked it myself last night before I left. It was locked and the lights were off." Before we could discuss it further, the phone at the nurse's station rang. Anna answered it. "Fourth floor. Anna speaking." "What?" She looked confused, then alarmed. "But that's not... Okay, we'll check again." She hung up and looked at us. "That was reception. They said the alarm for Vol.241 is going off again." I felt my blood run cold. "That's impossible. I just reset it." The three of us stood there, listening. Sure enough, the faint sound of beeping could be heard coming from down the hallway. "I'm calling Michel," Clara said, reaching for the phone. Michel was the maintenance supervisor who usually worked downstairs. "No," Anna said firmly. "We need to check first. Clara, come with me. Isabel, stay here and keep an eye on the other alarms." I was relieved not to go back to that room. Clara and Anna headed down the hallway while I waited anxiously at the nurse's station. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, and my hands were trembling slightly. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. A system malfunction, another staff member who went in and didn't tell anyone, anything but what my mind was starting to imagine. Clara and Anna were gone for about 5 minutes. When they returned, Clara looked pale and Anna seemed shaken. "What happened?" I asked, almost not wanting to hear the answer. "The alarm was going off," Clara said in a quiet voice. "But when we went in, nobody was there, just Madame Fournier, exactly as she's been." "But that's not all," Anna added, her voice tight. "The call button wasn't just activated, it was completely ripped out of the wall. The wires were exposed and hanging loose. I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me." "What? How is that possible?" "It would take considerable force to do that," Clara said. "The buttons are designed to be durable, especially in a nursing home where confused residents might pull on them." "Could someone have gone in there and done it?" I asked. "Maybe another resident who wanders?" Anna shook her head. "We checked the log. No one has used their key card to enter that room since the nursing director checked on the body yesterday afternoon, and all our wandering residents are accounted for in the common room having breakfast." The three of us just stood there, trying to process what this meant. Someone or something had been in that room, had physically ripped a call button from the wall, and had somehow done it without leaving any trace or using the door. "I'm calling the director," Anna finally said, reaching for the phone. While she made the call, Clara and I checked on the other residents, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. My mind kept replaying the scene in that cold room. The still body, the blinking light, the sudden silence when I hit the reset button. The nursing director arrived about 20 minutes later. She was a stern woman in her 60s named Madame Dubois, who rarely smiled and always wore her grey hair in a tight bun. She listened to our account, her expression growing more serious with each detail. "Show me," she said when we finished. The four of us went back to room 424. The director unlocked the door with her master key, and we entered. The room was just as Anna and Clara had described. Madame Fournier lay peacefully on the cooling bed. The call button that had been beside her bed was now a mess of wires dangling from a hole in the wall. The room was cold, colder than it should have been, even with the cooling unit running. "This is very concerning," Madame Dubois said, examining the damaged wall. This could not have been done accidentally. But who could have done it? I asked. And why? The director didn't answer immediately. She walked around the room, checking the window, looking in the bathroom, examining the cooling unit. I want the security footage reviewed immediately, she finally said, and I want the funeral home contacted. We're moving up the transfer to today. We left the room, and the director locked it herself, keeping the key. She instructed us not to discuss what had happened with the other residents or staff and to continue our duties as normal. But nothing felt normal after that. For the rest of my shift, I kept looking over my shoulder, jumping at every noise. The fourth floor felt different somehow, the air heavier, the silence between sounds more pronounced. Around noon, the security officer came up to review what had happened. He checked the room again and then showed us something disturbing on his tablet. The security footage from the hallway outside room 424. The nursing home had motion-activated cameras in all the hallways. The footage showed the hallway at 7:58 a.m., empty, silent. Then, at exactly 8 a.m., the light in the hallway flickered slightly. There was no one visible on camera, no movement besides that flicker. And then at 8:01 a.m., the alarm could be heard going off in the room. The footage showed me arriving at the door a few minutes later, finding it unlocked, going in, and then rushing back out. Then about 10 minutes after that, the alarm went off again, and Clara and Anna went to investigate. At no point did the footage show anyone else entering or leaving that room. Could the camera have missed someone? Clara asked. The security officer shook his head. These are motion-activated and have a wide-angle view. If someone walked down that hallway, we would see them. What about from inside? I suggested. Could someone have already been in the room since yesterday? The room was checked thoroughly yesterday afternoon, the director said firmly, and it's not possible for someone to hide in there. There's nowhere to hide. We were left with no explanation. The funeral home was called, and they agreed to come that afternoon to transfer Madame Fournier's body. Until then, the director stationed the security guard outside room 424. Around 3 p.m., just as my shift was ending, the funeral home attendants arrived. I was helping a resident in a nearby room when I heard a commotion in the hallway. I stepped out to see what was happening. The funeral home attendants were standing outside room 424, looking confused and uncomfortable. The security guard was on his radio, and the nursing director was hurrying down the hallway toward them. I approached cautiously, curious about what was happening. "What's going on?" I asked Anna, who had also come to see. "They went in to prepare for the transfer and—" She hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. "They say the body has moved." My skin prickled with goosebumps. "What do you mean, moved?" "Not much, just the hands. They were folded over her chest before, remember. Now they're at her sides." I remembered clearly how Madame Fournier had been positioned, her hands neatly folded over her chest in a peaceful pose. The thought of those hands moving, even slightly, made my stomach turn. The director was now speaking with the funeral home attendants in hushed tones. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their body language was tense. After a few minutes, they went back into the room, closing the door behind them. 20 minutes later, they emerged with a gurney carrying a body bag. They moved quickly, efficiently, their faces professionally blank. The director followed them to the elevator, and soon they were gone. An uncomfortable silence fell over the fourth floor. None of us spoke about what had happened as we finished our shifts. When my replacement arrived at 4 p.m., I gave her a standard handover, making no mention of room 424 as the director had instructed. As I left the nursing home that evening, walking into the cold December air, I couldn't shake the feeling that something profoundly wrong had happened in that room. Something I couldn't explain, something that defied logical understanding. The nursing home called me the next day to say they wouldn't need me to come in for the rest of my contract. They were overstaffed for the holidays, they claimed. I knew it was because of what happened, They didn't want someone asking questions or talking about it. I never went back there. I finished my medical degree and now work in emergency medicine at a hospital in a different city. I've seen death many times since then, and it's never bothered me the way it bothers some doctors. Death is just part of the job. But sometimes, when I'm alone on night shift and the hospital gets quiet, I remember room 424. I remember the sound of that alarm, the cold air, the dangling wires where the call button had been ripped from the wall. I remember the security footage showing an empty hallway when the alarm first triggered, and I remember what Anna told me about Madame Fournier's hands being in a different position when the funeral home attendants arrived. I don't know what happened in that room. I don't know if Madame Fournier was trying to tell us something, if she needed help even after death. I don't know if there are things in this world that can't be explained by science or reason. All I know is what I experienced, and 6 years later, I still have no explanation for it. Story 20. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Still don't, if I'm being honest. But something happened to me back in 2004 that I've never been able to explain, and even now at 37, it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was 17 then, a junior in high school in Millfield. My buddy Lucas and I had been friends since elementary school. We weren't the popular kids, but we had our own little group that hung out and played video games, typical teenage stuff. That spring, Lucas's family went through something awful. His grandmother, who had been living with them for years, passed away after a long battle with cancer. She died right there in their house, in the guest bedroom where she'd been staying. It hit everyone pretty hard, especially Lucas's mom, who had been taking care of her. About 3 weeks after the funeral, Lucas invited me over on a Friday night. His parents were going out to dinner, their first night out since everything happened. I think they needed a break, you know. Lucas said they'd be gone until at least 11, and we planned to just hang out, play some games, eat junk food. The usual. When I got there around 7, the house felt different. Not in any way I could really explain, just heavier somehow. Lucas's house was this 2-story colonial-style place, pretty nice but kind of old. It had these creaky wooden floors and a narrow staircase that led up to 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. The guest room, where his grandmother had stayed, was at the end of the upstairs hallway. We started off downstairs playing some Halo, but after a couple hours, Lucas wanted to show me this new game he'd gotten for his PS2 in his room. So we headed upstairs around 9 p.m. Lucas's bedroom was the first one at the top of the stairs, directly across from the bathroom. His parents' room was next to his, and then there was this small landing area with a little table and a lamp on it. The lamp was always on at night, as a kind of nightlight for the upstairs hallway. Beyond the landing was his sister's room. She was away at college. And at the very end, the guest room. So we're up in his room, and Lucas is setting up this game. I think it was one of the Grand Theft Auto ones. I was feeling kind of hyper and stupid, like teenagers get sometimes. While he was hooking everything up, I wandered over to his bed and started jumping on it like an idiot. "Dude, my mom will kill you if she catches you doing that," Lucas said, but he was laughing. "What's she gonna do, ground me?" I shot back, bouncing higher. I remember the springs in his mattress were really loud, making this creaking sound with every jump. The only light in the room was coming from his TV and the lamp out on the landing, which cast this dim, yellowish glow through his open door. Lucas was sitting on the floor with his back to the door, completely focused on connecting cables to his TV. I was mid-jump when I saw it. A figure walked across the landing from the direction of his parents' bedroom toward the guest room. It moved at a normal walking pace, not rushing, not floating, just walking normally. It was tall and thin, built exactly like Lucas's mom. I could make out the silhouette clearly against the light from the lamp. I couldn't see any details of the face or clothes because it was just a dark shape from my angle, but I was 100% certain it was a person. I stopped jumping immediately. My first thought was pure embarrassment. Lucas's mom had caught me jumping on her son's bed like a 7-year-old. I felt my face flush hot with shame. "Dude, I thought you said your parents weren't home," I said, quickly sitting down on the edge of the bed. Lucas turned around, controller in hand. "They're not. They won't be back for at least another hour. But I just saw your mom walk across the hall," I said, pointing toward the landing. Lucas frowned. "No way. Their car isn't even here." "I'm serious, man. Someone just walked from your parents' room toward the guest room. I saw them clear as day." The look on Lucas's face changed from confusion to something else. Something I couldn't quite read. He got up and walked to his bedroom door, leaning out to look down the hallway. "There's nobody up here but us," he said, his voice a little quieter than before. "Check if their car is back," I insisted. "Maybe they came home early and you didn't hear them." We went to his window, which overlooked the driveway, and looked out. The driveway was empty, no car. That's when I felt it. This sudden cold wave washing over me. My entire body went ice cold from the inside out, like I'd swallowed liquid nitrogen. The hair on my arms, on the back of my neck, even on my scalp, all standing straight up. I could literally feel each individual hair rising. "Dude, I swear to God I saw someone walk across the landing," I said, my voice barely above a whisper now. "I'm not making this up." Lucas just stared at me for a second, then walked back to the door and looked out again. "There's no one there," he repeated, but his voice had this edge to it now. "What about your grandma's room? Is anyone in there?" I asked, instantly regretting bringing it up. Lucas's face tightened. "Don't," he said. Just that one word, but I knew what he meant. Don't talk about it. Don't go there. We stood there in awkward silence for maybe 30 seconds, neither of us knowing what to say. The playful atmosphere from earlier had completely evaporated. Finally, Lucas muttered, "Let's just play the game," and went back to setting up the console. I sat on the edge of the bed, no longer feeling like jumping around. My heart was racing, and I kept glancing toward the doorway, expecting to see something again. The cold feeling wouldn't go away. It wasn't like normal goosebumps that fade after a minute. This stayed with me, this deep, penetrating chill that seemed to reach my bones. I tried to focus on the game when Lucas started playing, but I couldn't concentrate. Every creak in that old house suddenly seemed significant. Was that the wind or footsteps? Was that shadow in the hallway moving, or was it just the lamp flickering? After about 20 minutes of this, I couldn't take it anymore. "Lucas, man, I'm not trying to freak you out, but I know what I saw. There was someone on that landing." Lucas paused the game and stared at the frozen screen for a long moment before responding. "Look, let's just drop it, okay?" he said. But there was something in his voice, a tremor maybe, that told me he was more affected than he was letting on. "Has anything weird happened here since, you know?" I couldn't bring myself to finish the question. Lucas shook his head firmly. "I don't want to talk about this. Not tonight." I respected that and shut up, but the rest of the night was ruined. We played the game in near silence until his parents actually did come home around 10:30. I made up some excuse about needing to get back early and called my mom to pick me up. As I was waiting downstairs for my mom to arrive, Lucas's mom came in to say hi. She asked if we'd had fun, and I mumbled something about the new game being cool. I couldn't even look her in the eye, partly because I was still embarrassed about the bed jumping, but mostly because I kept thinking about that figure I'd seen that looked just like her. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying those few seconds in my mind. The figure walking across the landing, the certainty that it was Lucas's mom, the shock of finding out she wasn't even home. I tried to convince myself it was just a shadow, maybe from a car passing by outside, but I knew better. What I saw had mass and movement. It walked like a person walks. The following week at school, Lucas and I didn't talk about that night. We just went back to our normal routine, like nothing had happened. But on Friday, as we were walking home, he suddenly brought it up. "Hey, about last weekend at my house," he started, then trailed off. "Yeah?" I prompted, my stomach immediately tightening. I didn't want to say anything that night, but I saw something too. I stopped walking. "What? When?" "After you left. I was in the bathroom and I saw something move in the mirror. Like, not my reflection. Something behind me near the door." He was staring at the sidewalk as he said this, kicking at a pebble with his sneaker. "What did it look like?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "I don't know, man. It was just like a shadow or something, but it moved weird, not like a shadow should move." He looked up at me finally. "I didn't tell my parents. They've been through enough, you know?" I nodded, understanding completely why he wouldn't want to add to their stress after everything with his grandmother. "Do you think?" I hesitated, not sure how to phrase it. "Do you think it had something to do with your grandma?" Lucas shrugged uncomfortably. "I don't know. Maybe. She was pretty sick at the end. Like sometimes she'd talk to people who weren't there. The hospice nurse said that was normal, but..." He trailed off again. We never really discussed it after that day. It was like we both silently agreed to let it go. I went to his house many times after that, but never experienced anything similar. Eventually the memory faded from an active fear to just an unsettling anecdote. But here's the thing. I still remember exactly how it felt in that moment when I realized what I'd seen wasn't Lucas's mom. That instant transformation from embarrassment to pure, primal fear. It was like some fundamental shift in my reality, like finding out gravity could reverse at any moment. 1 second the world made sense, and the next it didn't. I've been in some scary situations since then. I totaled my car in college. I was mugged once in the city. I've even had a health scare that put me in the hospital for a week. But nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever matched the terror of that brief moment in Lucas's house. Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor who somehow got in. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe my teenage brain was just wired for drama, and I imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I know what I saw. Someone, or something, walked across that landing, and whoever or whatever it wasn't supposed to be there. Lucas and I drifted apart after high school. Last I heard, his parents sold that house about 5 years ago and moved to Florida for retirement. I've sometimes wondered if the new owners have experienced anything strange, if they've seen a tall, thin figure walking the upstairs hallway late at night. But I've never had the courage to find out. It's been 20 years now, and I still get that same cold feeling, that same hair-raising sensation whenever I think about it for too long. I don't believe in ghosts, not really, but I believe in what I saw that night. And whatever it was, it changed something in me, some basic assumption about the world and what's possible in it. I don't have any dramatic conclusion to this story. No big reveal, no explanation. Just the memory of those few seconds that have somehow managed to stay with me for 2 decades, undimmed by time. The moment when embarrassment turned to terror, and I realized that what I was seeing simply couldn't be there.